This is extra. Prices exclude delivery.
Boxing Week is back at the Brick. Don't wait until winter. Get blowout pricing now. Save 50% off sofas when you buy the matching piece. Save up to 25% off bedroom and dining, and save up to 40% off select mattresses. Plus, get free local delivery when you use your Flexity card. And buy more, save more. Up to $500 off select major appliances. Don't miss the return of Boxing Week, only at the Brick. Exclusions apply. See in store for details.
It might have been scraped by the snowblower, dented while door crashing, or crunched at the company Christmas party. At some point over the winter, your car was damaged and it's been hiding under a coat of winter grime.
Then come and see Robertson Body Works. We can take care of the damage and the dirt. This week only, call and book a repair and get a complete auto detailing absolutely free.
But you have to book your appointment before the week is up. Go to robertsonbodyworks.com.
I'm Tim Robertson, and I fix cars.
This is the moment you become queen.
The global phenomenon returns, only on Crave. HBO's House of the Dragon is back for its most fiery season yet. Don't miss new episodes of breathtaking spectacle, shocking betrayal, and explosive drama.
You are the queen of dragons. You have an absolute power within your grasp.
House of the Dragon. Stream now, only on Crave. Subscribe at crave.ca.
Cheering on Canada, Mexico, Australia, France, England, Brazil, Germany, Spain, and the rest of the world at the Druid Irish Pub.
Your World Cup headquarters.
Wear your colors, cheer on your team, and enjoy $6.50 Heineken every game.
Plus, your chance to win a ton of World Cup merch,
including hoodies, jerseys, soccer balls, and more.
The Druid Irish Pub, your World Cup headquarters.
Bringing Edmonton together, one soccer game at a time.
The Druid Irish Pub.
Cheer with us in the Mercer Building across from Rogers Place and Ice District.
Alberta, we're wild and tough and beautiful. We agree that good enough isn't good enough. And though everything that matters starts with a home and a family. At Lux, our family has been handcrafting windows and doors for this incredible place for over half a century. There's no place we'd rather be. Everything we are is windows and doors. A company born and bred and made in Alberta.
The Jason Gregor Show.
As Vernon Jr. goes over 300 yards and now goes for even more. Jr.
On Sports 1440.
Yeah. It's a little bit of space to run into. Comes to the alley.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Now Brian Rockio with a fly ball to right field. Down the line. Goodbye. Well, the puck has it. Well, a frantic Friday afternoon. How are you? And welcome to the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Can you send me the link to the show, please? It's always brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website where 100% of the revenue stays right here in the province at PlayAlberta.ca tonight. Lotto Max, get your tickets, 15 mil and 15 prizes of $100,000 available at PlayAlberta.ca. Now, what a Friday! If you're just tuning in, it was virtually 14 years ago that the Philadelphia Flyers submitted an offer sheet to Shea Weber for $14 million for 12 years, back when you could have contracts that long. And the Nashville Predators, they matched it, and Weber stayed with Nashville, and then, of course, got traded to Montreal later on. And here we are today, July 3rd. That contract officially just ended. Now, Shea Weber obviously hasn't played for a few seasons. He's finished his career on LTIR, but that contract just ended. And now, today on July 3rd, the Philadelphia Flyers are at it again as they offer sheet Leo Carlsson for 5 years at $18 million AAV. He would become, well, he's going to be the highest paid player in the NHL this coming season because either the Ducks are going to match it or he's going to Philadelphia. And like, I know offer sheets are like, they're a good idea, I think, at the right price. Make no mistake here. This is not a good contract if you're the Flyers or the Ducks. You basically, whoever gets them, you're not winning the cup in the next 5 years. Now, someone might say they weren't going to win the cup anyway. But you're not winning in the salary cap world in the NHL when you pay one guy that much money. It's not happening. Right? Like this coming season, he's going to be about 17 point what? 5 or 6% of the salary cap. And then it'll be 15.9 the year after. So it goes down. Great. But 17.3 to be exact. And then it'll go down, obviously, with each passing year. But you finally, when the Panthers won, that was the first time you'd ever had anybody win when somebody had $10 million. And it was just Bobrovsky and Barkov, right? $10 million guys. Carolina just won the cup, and they didn't have one big ticket. Well, at least not one in double digits anyway. So you look at this, and it's great for the player. It's great for excitement. If your goal is to win, it's not great for your goal to win, right? It's just not. So, I look at great for Leo Carlsson, but here's a guy. Leo Carlsson he scored 41 goals last year, 69 points, like a really good year, but 69 points. So how much more is he going to jump up? And you know what? Yeah, good defensive player too. I get all that. I understand it, but at 69 points, he wasn't even in the top 50 in league scoring last year. Now, I assume he's only going to get better. I understand it. But is he going to be like Nathan McKinnon better, who went from, 50-point guy and then boom, suddenly he was 90, 140-point guy? You better hope so. Because if he just stays at like a 90 and becomes a 90 to 100-point guy, you're not worth it. Right? You're not. So it's a tough one. Good for him. And now all eyes will be on Connor Bedard. What's he going to get offered? Right? I look at what they do, and if you're the Ducks, do you just take the 4 picks and then go acquire Dylan Larkin? Right? Would that be better? I don't know. Now, I'm trying to find out. I don't think, because, Cutter Gauthier is another guy, but I don't think Cutter Gauthier is offer sheet eligible. He's only played 2 years, so I don't think he is eligible for an offer sheet. Looking at it, no, he is not. So, Jason Robertson is. Connor Bedard is. Oh, Trevor Zegras, Adam Fantilli, Connor McMichael. Those are other guys who've, plus 40 points. Maverick Bork just got traded. He's still eligible, but lots of people think he's going to sign. So it is wild. Now, offer sheets, I think you look at St. Louis, like that's an offer sheet that you make, 2 of them. But it's not, I think, debilitating to your organization. Right? Look at the Barrett Hayton one from New Jersey, 4.75. Like it's not outlandish for something like that. But Utah is in a tough spot, and you can take advantage of it within the rules. This seems like just a massive reach by the Philadelphia Flyers. Right? It's a massive reach. And I'm sure there's teams around the league like, man, this is going to screw things up. But remember, like the Shea Weber offer sheet didn't really alter a lot of other players getting big tickets. Right? So we'll see. I don't know if it automatically, it's an offer sheet. It's kind of a unique situation. And it didn't lead a lot of other D-men to be getting massive money like Shea Weber. So that's part of it. But it's a big storyline today for sure. So, and hey, you know what? Sometimes you get lucky with your timing. As we have on the show today, general manager of the Edmonton Oilers, Stan Bowman. So perfect timing. Stan was obviously part of the offer sheet process with the St. Louis Blues. So I think he can give us pretty good insight into what it's like to be a GM when you're mulling over the offer sheet. Now it's a little bit different, but it's still the same. You're weighing all the options. This is one where you looked at it and said, well, how do we, he accepted Broberger, Holloway. Like those ones weren't. Now the Oilers were up against the cap, but it would have been easier. It wasn't like one guy would have taken up almost 20% of your cap. And so I think it's different for sure. Also today, I saw it this morning and, I'd reached out and people were saying, oh, Claude Giroux to Edmonton. And I'm like, I don't think that was ever realistically an option. Guess where he signed, funny enough, back in Philadelphia with the Flyers. Like Corey Perry's done it, but there's not a ton of guys. And Corey Perry played in Anaheim, so it's a bit different. He's used to the West. When you've played your whole career in the East, I'm trying to think the last veteran player who was 36, 37, who had played his whole career in the East and then suddenly signed in the West. And like the travel is a factor if you're not used to it. When you start out at 19 and you travel in the West, that's all you know. So it's no big deal. It's like, hey, you're born in Alberta, wintertime's cold. You're like, whatever. It's not a big deal. You get used to it. But Claude Giroux has signed with the Philadelphia Flyers, or is going to sign with the Philadelphia Flyers. So Oiler fans, Stan Bowman, I think it's kind of clear what the Oilers would like. They'd like a shooting, scoring winger, if you can find one. But they're in no rush. I think between now and the trade deadline is when that spot could be filled for the Edmonton Oilers. Stan Bowman has had a very good offseason of creating cap flexibility, something that I know they've wanted as an organization for a while. And he's added another key player who is defensive first in Ryan Shea. Right now, they got 3 goalies. It's kind of unique. We'll talk to Stan about that as well. So, here we go. Also on the show today, Dave Naylor. We'll talk a little CFL. Vernon Adams last night, 6 touchdown passes. They had so many touchdowns in Calgary, they ran out of fireworks. 58 points. Now, what did we say yesterday? What was the easy call going into that game? Take the over. We told you at PlayAlberta.ca. Because the Stamps and the Argonauts were the top 2 scoring teams in the CFL. And they lived up to it last night. Heck, they got the over almost by themselves at 58 points. It was a wild, like, hey, I wasn't expecting. But the crazy part about it is he had 6 touchdown passes. He completed 20 passes the whole game. 30% of his passes went for touchdowns. 5 completions combined for 212 yards. Big play Calgary yesterday. And he even threw a touchdown with his left hand. Was just kind of scrambling and threw it away, kind of, like a shovel pass almost, but still pretty sweet. So we'll talk to Dave about TSN and the Elks looking to go 4-0. Jabomi's going to get his first start in the CFL as a middle linebacker for the Edmonton Elks because Brock Mogensen is out and will not dress. Mathis also comes off the roster for the Elks. But you look at it, Darryl Jabomi, he was the 3rd overall pick in the draft. This is probably a little bit earlier than people thought the organization he'd start, but they're excited for him. And we'll see what he brings. We'll talk to Dave about that. Also, Mike Rupp will join us. We got Craig Button, Mark Spector, Low Tide. Stats of the day. We got a busy Friday for you. 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. Hey, guys, if the Flyers end up getting Karlsson, does that help or hurt the Oilers' chance of getting Tippett from Sean? Well, I think if you go out and get Karlsson, why, like, I think you believe that you're making a trade to become a playoff team. Why would you then give up your next most productive player? So, no, I don't. I guess it could happen, but it would seem a little bit odd to me. You're not going to expect him to just carry all of the offensive weight. You're going to want him to play with someone. I would hope, anyway. I do wonder, though, what it means for a guy like Trevor Zegras, who's a center iceman. And, you know, he had a really good year in Philly. But, you know, Owen Tippett, like, he's a winger. You got Konechny as a winger. Michkov. It's more the center ice position. And what are you going to do with Trevor Zegras, I think, more so than what would you do with the Red Rocket, as they like to call him, Owen Tippett. Hey, Gregor, everyone signs your guys that you believe a year ahead of time or to trade them ASAP from here on in. I don't know. Again, like we saw this with Shea Weber, and Shea Weber offer sheet did not lead to massive increase in salaries for everybody else. It just didn't. So I don't know if we can just assume that this offer sheet now, the cap is planning to go up significant last year. So every situation is different, but that didn't lead to lots of other D-men suddenly getting $12, $14 million, right? Hey, Gregor, can Karlsson say no to the offer sheet? Big Easy. Well, Big Easy, it's a contract. He has to sign it. A team can't just offer you a contract. You have to agree to it. It's called an offer sheet just because they're a restricted free agent and the other team has an opportunity to match it. So it's a contract that basically says you will sign $18 million for 5 years with the Philadelphia Flyers, but Anaheim has the option to match. But that's the contract. He's getting that money. It's guaranteed. So you couldn't have a team that just comes to you and says, hey, Connor McDavid, we're going to give you an offer sheet. And he's like, what? I don't want that. No. The player has to agree to it, which obviously makes sense. Otherwise, it'd be crazy. It'd be kind of like another draft of signing. Hey, we want this guy. Let's just sign him to this number. And the player wakes up. Pardon? Oh, yeah, so-and-so just signed you to an offer sheet. Well, I don't want to go there. It doesn't matter. No. That's not how it works. The player agrees to the offer sheet and away they roll. Hey, boys, this is unbelievable for a team in our division. The Ducks remind me the Oilers had minor success and then had to pay their players and lost others and didn't win around for 5 years. Ducks just lost a ton of demon and now will still have to pay Gauthier, who scored 13 more goals and who scored more than Karlsson. Since we lost 2 players from off sheet, I love seeing the news from team in our division from Robert. Well, misery loves company, some people would say. Yeah. But I just look at like Leo Carlsson in his career, 61 goals, 141 points in 201 NHL games. He was a second overall pick in 2023. The first overall pick, Connor Bedard. He's played 219 games. He has 75 goals, 203 points. So he has 62 more points in 18 more games than Leo Carlsson. What is he going to get? Right? Would Seattle and would Connor Bedard go there? He's from BC, right? But like, would Connor Bedard leave Chicago to go to Seattle if they offer sheet him at 18 sheets? Who knows, man? But it's wild stuff. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll talk to Stan Bowman about all this and more on the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Are you looking for safe and reliable transportation solutions for your wedding, corporate retreat, or golf trip? Look no further than Silent Rides, Alberta's premier charter bus company. Whether your group is big or small, Silent Rides has you covered. We offer 3 different sizes of units to cater to your needs, and we provide first-class service at affordable rates. Get your quote today. For more information and to request a quote, contact sales at 877-748-0991 or visit silentrides.ca.
Got a car you're ready to part with? Find out what it's worth fast, easy, and totally free at Go Auto. We're talking top dollar trade-ins, whether it's a little worn or still rocking that new car smell. Just a few clicks, And boom, you've got your value. Text value to 780-777-7777 to start. That's value to 780 all sevens. Why, guess what it's worth? Let Go Auto show you the money.
Scott McGilvery here, HGTV host and renovation expert. The one upgrade I know homeowners will love: better, fresher Culligan water straight from the tap. Culligan's Aquasential reverse osmosis filtration system takes your water to the next level. With up to 7 stages of filtration and 14 filter options, they're certified to reduce over 90 contaminants. Your tap water is about to get a major upgrade. Safer water that tastes great. Get started with a free in-home water test at Culligan.com. Culligan, water you love.
And here comes Action Electrical Service Team sprinting onto the scene. These are your first responders for any electrical emergency.
That's right. With their fleet of service vans and specialized gear, they assess, they service, and maintain electrical lighting and automation systems. They're all about rapid response.
Quick diagnostics and repairs to restore power and safety fast. Hire the Action Electrical team to bring home a win for your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
Smart, connected, community-driven. Jason Gregor sets the standard for sports talk in Edmonton. Join the conversation on Sports 1440. Text Gregor, 833-401-1440. Sports 1440, where Edmonton talks sports. Cheering on Canada, Mexico, Australia, France, England, Brazil, Germany, Spain, and the rest of the world at the Druid Irish Pub.
Your World Cup headquarters.
Wear your colors, cheer on your team, and enjoy $6.50 Heineken every game.
Plus, your chance to win a ton of World Cup merch,
including hoodies, jerseys, soccer balls, and more.
The Druid Irish Pub, your World Cup headquarters.
Bringing Edmonton together, one soccer game at a time.
The Druid Irish Pub.
Cheer with us in the Mercer Building across from Rogers Place in Ice District.
It's cone season at McDonald's, which means vanilla cones are $1 each plus tax in the McDonald's app all summer long. Soft, creamy, and crunchy. For just $1 each plus tax exclusively in the McDonald's app. App download and registration required at participating McDonald's in Canada.
I'm Colin Livingston, president of CanTorque. CanTorque has always been a forward-thinking company. But now that we've turned 25, I can't help but take a minute to take a look back. Thank you to everyone that's been with us along the way.
Alberta, we're wild and tough and beautiful. We agree that good enough isn't good enough. And know everything that matters starts with a home and a family. At Lux, our family has been handcrafting windows and doors for this incredible place for over half a century. There's no place we'd rather be. Everything we are is windows and doors. A company born and bred and made in Alberta.
From the first face-off to the final, Sports 1440 is your home for hockey talk. With live coverage, expert analysis, and pre- and post-game shows, we bring you closer to the game. Tune in 24/7, only on Sports 1440, Edmonton Sports Station.
Looking for mental health or addiction support, but not sure where to start? Contact 211. 211 Alberta can help you navigate treatment and recovery options, counseling, crisis services, and more. And because life's challenges are often connected, they can also help you find food, housing, and employment support. It's free, confidential, available 24/7, and offered in more than 240 languages by phone. 211 Alberta. One number, countless connections.
A message from the Government of Alberta.
Portions of this hour brought to you by the Druid Irish Pub, Edmonton's favorite soccer home. The Druid Irish Pub is back in the Ice District across from Rogers Place. Watch all the games with $6.50 Heineken only at the Druid Irish Pub.
Pro sports, local sports, minor leagues, you got it all. It's the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
So Friday continues on the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca. Of course, Lotto Max tonight, 15 mil and 15 prizes of $100,000 up for grabs at PlayAlberta.ca. As we get to our big guest of the day, brought to you by the Silent Ice Center, where big name Gene Simmons will be in concert. Get your tickets at silenticecenter.com. And hey, sometimes you get lucky when it comes to timing when you book a guest. Obviously, there's tons to talk about with the Edmonton Oilers and a very busy week conducted by their GM, Stan Bowman. And then also there's an offer sheet, something that he was a part of when he first started with the Edmonton Oilers. And Stan joins us now. Stan, good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Jason. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm good. I want to get to your offseason because you guys made a lot of really good moves, but I'm curious, as like when the offer sheet today from Philly comes down, are you like everybody else? Do you just find out about it, or do you kind of like, is there a memo that's sent out across the league when there's an offer sheet for other teams?
No, I just found out about it from X. I saw the Flyers put the post out, and then I think everyone else picked that up and retweeted it. So I just saw, like everyone else, just kind of scrolling and seeing what the news of the day was.
So you were in that situation, but obviously for a much lower AAV and 2 players. When you have to balance that out, Stan, like it's hard to put you in someone else's shoes, of course, but is it an easier decision, you think, or is it harder when you have Broberg and Holloway were not overly restrictive as far as AAVs at that time? Obviously they were for you in a cap crunch compared to one guy getting this high. Like, how do you view offer sheets as a GM, and do you think there's something that will ever become more common?
Well, each circumstance is pretty unique. So, like in our situation, it wasn't that the dollar amounts were anything like this Leo Carlson one, but the situation of our team's salary cap was much different than Anaheim's. So, like, we really couldn't have matched those offer sheets even if we wanted to, because we wouldn't have had a functional team. We would have had to make other trades just to field the team. Obviously, they have the ability to match it, so it's not a matter of can they fit it under their cap. It's a matter of do they want to. They have a lot of cap space. They have other players they have to sign as well. So I think their decision is a different one than we had to make. So I think typically the circumstances of your team will dictate it more so than making like a blanket statement about how a team would generally treat offer sheets.
Yeah, and that's fair. It's funny that basically 12 years ago this month, or 14 years ago, excuse me, was when, and you were the GM in Chicago when the Flyers offer sheeted Shea Weber. And at the time it was $14 million. Everyone was like, oh my goodness. But that didn't lead to a lot of other big offer sheets from it. So do you kind of view this as a one-off, or do you think because the salary cap's going up, this might be something that all teams are going to have to be more leery of as far as big ticket offer sheets?
Yeah, I think this one's maybe a little different. We also, when I was in Chicago, we get an offer sheet on Nicholas Hjalmarsson, was right around the same time as that, as the Weber one. But again, that one was a little bit more strategic, though. It was, our cap situation in Chicago. They knew we couldn't sign our goaltender, which was Antti Niemi and Hjalmarsson. We sort of had to pick one of the two, and we ended up letting Niemi go, and then San Jose ended up signing him. So I think those situations are typically what happens with offer sheets, is you kind of look at a team and you see that they're just not going to be able to. This offer sheet's different, and maybe if there is a new era of them, it's going to be more about these younger players getting. The cap hasn't been going up this rapidly before, so I don't know if there's going to be a succession of them. I mean, there's been rumors there might be another one or two, but so this, to me, this is different, though. This is different than trying to take advantage of a team who's capped out. I think these teams here, they're not capped out. It's just how much do you want to pay a young player, coming out of his entry level.
Yeah. Stan Bowman joins us. So Stan, now we'll get to your team, and you had a very busy week. I guess we'll start with the trade for Darnell Nurse. And you were pretty adamant that said, hey, we believe fully there's a market. He had originally given you 3 teams, and then he expanded that. And then you got the trade that you wanted. You're pretty confident you wouldn't have to retain salary from the get-go. So tell me, I guess, a little bit about Mock-Medulin and what your expectations are of what he could potentially be for a player this year and beyond.
Sure. I mean, you never know until you get a deal done whether But, you kind of judge it by the conversations you're having. And I think there were enough teams that had a lot of cap space that they were going to be able to accommodate the full hit without retention. That was very important to us. So, we found a match eventually with San Jose, and Mook Madulin is a talented young defenseman. He's just sort of coming into his own right now. It's kind of his first full year in the NHL was this past year. He's at that age when defensemen tend to start cementing themselves in the lineup, 23, 24 years old, a couple of years pro. He's a big kid. He was a first-round pick. And, as a bigger defenseman, sometimes it just takes a little bit longer for your development arc before you're able to put it all together. But I like his package of skills. I think he's obviously a big kid. He's got a long reach. He can really shoot the puck. So he's a shot threat. He's got the ability to play on the right side, which is nice to have that flexibility. So I think he played over half the season on the right. So I think he's comfortable at both. He profiles more probably as a defensive guy, but he's got the shot. So he's probably going to be able to score a bit just because he can shoot the puck hard. But his calling card is probably more on the defensive side. So we like the size and the reach, and he's got that size advantage that, you don't have to always have big defensemen, but it's not a bad thing if you have a few guys that have that skill set, and he takes pride in playing a harder game. So I think he's someone that DJ wants to work with, and we've done a lot of work on him over the last couple of weeks and watched a lot of video, and DJ is confident that he can be a player for us.
When you're watching video, Stan, on a player, and you're because obviously you've done a lot of scouting too, but when you're watching the video and you're looking for young players, how much of it is, do you like to see their natural instincts in certain situations? Say, I think we can help him make better reads. What is it specific when you're looking at a player to say, this is why I think, he can help us in the future?
Yeah. My feeling, having watched a lot of hockey, is like if you watch a player when they're 15 years old or when they're 25, they don't really change that much, kind of their foundation of what they are, their style of play, and their skill set. What they do is they refine it more and more. So if you watch a player closely for a series of games, you kind of get a feeling for kind of what type of player he is. Yeah, does he have an idea of what he's doing? Is he out of position? Is he making questionable plays? Or you're watching him and you're wondering, like, what was he thinking there? But that's not the case with him. No, there's always details of the game that I think coaches can help with. But they can't, change a player's fundamental disposition as a player. So you have to look at sort of what you're working with. And I think when DJ did that, he was excited. He said, there's a lot of things here that we can work with. And I think a good coach can take those things and, not change it, but try to refine the areas that they're not good at yet. And there's certainly the defending part of the game. There's a lot of aspects to that which you get better at over time, and your coach can help you improve that with your timing and your gap and the way that you swing into guys. And but the way you read the game, that's a difficult thing to switch. If you don't have that at a younger age, it's pretty difficult to develop it later.
So when you look at a guy like Mac Madulin, and you have Ekholm and you have Wallman, and you added Ryan Shea afterwards, do you see him as a guy, because I know he played the right side last year, do you see him on your team to start anyway as more of a right shot defender? Well, not a right defender, not a right shot defender.
Yeah, we don't know that yet. I think that's where I probably stopped trying to prognosticate how it's exactly going to know. I mean, I think you really have to see how it meshes with the coaching staff, with his teammates, how he plays,
okay,
and how the other guys play. Yeah, I would always prefer to have more defensemen than not enough. I think we've got 8 or 9 guys that are all NHL capable. If you add in Regula, Stastny, and then those other guys you mentioned. So obviously they're not going to all be in the lineup, but it's better to be dealing from a position of strength, because defensemen are always needed, whether you have injuries or whether other teams are short players. And so I don't exactly know where he's at, and I don't think we have to figure that out right now. We'll just sort of let that materialize over the course of camp and the start of the year.
Stan Bowman joins us. So, Stan, is it safe to say that, the Darnell Nurse trade, obviously as a GM, you're juggling lots of balls at one time. It's not like you only focus on the trade and never do any conversations elsewhere. So as you're working on that Darnell Nurse trade, obviously you'd been in conversation with the Shea camp, because when that trade came down, then you had the cap space to make that deal. And I had Ryan on the show yesterday, and just by listening to the players that you've acquired lately, Dickinson, Murphy, Shea, guys who seem to have like defense first mentality. Is it safe to say that that's a real big priority for you? Your team's always been able to score. The players talked about it. They need to be more aware defensively. Is that maybe one of the most intriguing parts of Shea and why you went after him, because he's a defense first? And like, he raved about, like, he talked like being an elite penalty killer, like the elite power play guys talk about being an elite power play guy.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing about Ryan is, like, I drafted him, and I guess shame on us, we didn't sign him coming out of college. He didn't. We had some other players kind of coming out at the same time, and he was just sort of coming into his own his junior, senior year. But I think the one thing about Ryan is he's really taken his time in his development. But actually, he was more of an offensive player. Like, when we drafted him, he's always been able to make plays, and he's got good vision. Like, he's got a good mind for the game. But I think, over his college career and, not getting signed, you're a free agent. He went to the Dallas organization and spent a couple years in the minors. And, he really honed his craft. And I think he took pride in, how do I get myself to the NHL? But, like, he never lost his ability to see plays. And, like, when I watched him this year, I was impressed. He was a player that we had talked a lot about as a staff. Just his analytics were great. So then we started paying attention to this player. And I'm like, I remember Ryan Shea. Like, I didn't realize he was this good. And then you go watch him, and he does kind of a little bit of everything. He makes a lot of plays. He's got mobility. But he's not a risky player at all. Like, he takes pride in defending. So I think the thing that was most attractive was really the all-around game. Like, he's not just a penalty killer, and he just, like, punts the puck every time. He makes a lot of breakout plays. So, for that reason, I think he's going to be valuable however we decide to use him.
Okay. So he has, and obviously in today's NHL, there are some guys that are purely defensive, but it seems that your D-men nowadays, you almost, even your third pair guys got to be well-rounded. Not only can they block shots and kill penalties, they got to be able to move the puck.
Yes. And especially the way we want to play. Like, we want our forwards to be able to get the puck, and, we've got some talented players there. So, but we clearly have given up too many goals lately. I mean, there's no question that that's not a recipe for success. So that was important that he takes pride in that. But I do think he's got pretty good offensive instincts.
Stan Bowman joins us, GM of the Edmonton Oilers. Stan, you also went out and you acquired and signed 2 goalies. And it would seem on paper anyway, because none of them, they all need waivers. You got Tristan Jarry, and then you had Freddie Anderson, and you also had a young Devin Levi. I know as a GM, you've always said, you know what, I leave it up to the coaches on who they play, except maybe if it's a young guy and he's not playing, we'll talk about sending him to the minors. In a situation like this is very unique. Is this 100% on the coaches? You kind of have a plan, like, we'd like Devin Levi to get in some games. How do you balance that?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say we have that mapped out quite yet. I think the concept was something we've talked about for a few weeks now, is this idea of having 3 goalies in the system. I think at the end of the day, like, if you just look back, the goaltending position is the one that I think probably has the most people studying it, and it's the most difficult to really understand. And having options in goal, I think, is better than having more options, better than fewer options. Just last year is a great example. When you look around at the quote unquote top goalies, most of them didn't even make the playoffs. And the ones that did make the playoffs didn't even make it past the first round. So like it's hard to explain why that's the case. Like it doesn't really make sense. But the idea that the winning team used 3 goalies for much of the year. In Carolina, Buffalo used 3 goalies all year long. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens more often than it used to. It was pretty looked down upon in the past. Like nobody was a fan of it. It's never works. But times change and things change. So, I mean, we're going to give it a shot. Maybe it won't work, but if it doesn't, then we'll adjust in the season. But I think given the fact that we have the 3 goalies we do, and they all have their strengths and they all have their areas they can get better at. So I'm hopeful that it'll work.
Finding time for now, the new rule also comes in play this year, Stan, where you have to carry a third goalie for the e-bug. Correct. So do you have will you have another goalie as an e-bug on top of this automatically?
Yeah, this is something we've been talking about. We haven't gotten an answer yet on that. Because when you submit your roster for the night, you only have your 2 goalies rostered. The other ones scratched. So I'm not sure that they're going to let that person be the e-bug. I think we probably still have to have one, but that question I don't have the answer to quite yet.
Okay. And another one, the 19-year-old in the American League, he's got to be a first-round pick. Does he need to be 19 by September 15th or 19 by December 31st?
There's a couple different provisions. It depends on how many years they played. There's 2 different criteria. We just got the wording the other day on that. I'm not exactly sure the answer to your question, but in our case, like we don't have anybody that fits that thing. So at least at this moment in time, I'm not positive on that. But we did just get the wording the other day from the NHL, and I think it depends on where you played. Like your underage year. So if you're basically 3 years, like in the CHL, for example, that's different than a guy who just showed up. And because we have a few of these players that, I think Chase Reed's an example that he only played really 1.5 years in the CHL. So I think there was a provision for those types of players as well.
Okay. Having studied it and watched it as long as you have, you've seen a lot of 20-year-olds in the American League struggle. Would it have to be a very unique situation for you to put a 19-year-old there?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're not picking in the first round, so we haven't the last couple of years. So the chance of a player in the 3rd round being ready to, obviously he wasn't, it could happen, but I think for the most part, there's usually a handful of guys that this is going to be useful for, and it's a player typically for a team. I know I had this issue in Chicago when we drafted Kirby Dach, and I think we ended up keeping him for the year in Chicago, not because he really was ready, but we didn't really want to send him back to Saskatoon because we didn't really want him to just go back and dominate and score a lot of points. Like he had to learn a different skill set, which he would have learned in the American League. Instead, we tried to have him learn it in the NHL. It's tough to do that. So I think that those instances where you've got a talented player who sort of had a ton of points in junior, but they have to learn maybe the details of the game. So that's the age-old question. Is it better to just let them go back and dominate? But they get a lot of bad habits too. They take long shifts and they play 2 minutes on the power play, and they do things that aren't really necessarily benefiting them to be an NHL player. So I think there's a handful of players that I think may use this new rule. I don't think it's going to be, a widespread number of 19-year-olds in the American League.
And lastly, Stan, you've created a lot of cap flexibility for your team. You've got a pretty much a full roster. You've got a few RFAs that I don't think are going to be difficult to sign in Dach, Stastny, and Malcolm Doolin. But so that will leave you, even with them signed, lots of cap flexibility. Is it fair to say like a scoring winger would be the one thing between now and the trade deadline? Doesn't have to be before the season. Would that kind of be priority number one for your team, do you think?
Yeah, I don't think we need a goalie or defenseman. I think when we seem to have pretty good depth in both of those spots. I think up front would be the position where we would. probably look for help if we're going to bring a player in. So I don't know if we'll bring someone in this summer. I mean, we're still talking to some players, but if it doesn't materialize when we go to the season, I think it would be, you got to see how the team plays, of course. And, your plans in the summer don't always materialize the right way. But I think that's a safe bet that it would be that type of player is where we would be focusing our attention.
Well, Stan, congratulations on a successful week for your team. Happy 4th of July. Hopefully you get home to celebrate with your family and some time off. And then we'll see you at the new start to the season. I think it's like September 29th or 30th when the puck will drop on NHL season.
It's earlier this year. That's right.
Yeah.
It's shorter camp and off we go.
I guess one more last one. I lied. Because of the shorter camp. Now you're a different situation because you've got a lot of veteran players. But so maybe it's not a big issue, but do you think is 4 preseason games still going to be enough time, for to know about bubble guys or not?
Yeah, it's a challenge. Not ideal, but and we have a new coaching staff too, so there's a lot of work to get done in a short amount of time. So I think, what we'll probably see is the beginning of the season, the first couple of weeks, there might be, the people that start game 1 might change by game 5 or 10. I think you got to probably look to November more so as, when things get sort of solidified. But that first couple weeks with this shortened training camp, less exhibition games, I think it's going to, I don't know if we'll necessarily have it all mapped out, but we'll have to make, choices early and then see how it plays out.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Stan. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. Have a good one.
There you go. That is Stan Bowman, GM of the Oilers, had a very productive week. When you consider, look at the acquisitions they made, got more goalies, right? Got a defensive defender in Shea who can move the puck, right? We had Shea on yesterday. Very well-spoken guy. Really liked his, very confident in what he does, how he checks with his stick and what he can do on the penalty kill. They got a little bit younger. And more importantly, in the nurse trade, they freed up cap space. So now they got a lot of cap flexibility. And I don't see Stan Bowman, just signing one of the free agents to eat up all his cap space. I'd be stunned. I don't think there's any free agent left that's used to that, right? Like they're not going to pay Anthony Mantha $5 million, for instance, right? Now, if you get to late September and Anthony Mantha's like Jack Rossovic, well, then I think you would look at it. Why wouldn't you? What if you get him for $2 million? Then you still got $4 million in cap space. You could do that and see how the season goes. So, because it would probably be another 1-year deal. I think Mantha would look to say, geez, what? I don't love it, but look at Jack Rossovic. I'm not saying he'll do it in Edmonton, but maybe he does it somewhere else. So we'll see. The goalie situation is one that's clearly fluid. According to Stan, you can't map out exactly injuries, how someone's playing are obviously going to play a bigger factor than anything else, but it will be unique to see how teams do it. And does sound that the E-bug can't be one of your own goalies, which does make sense, right? Because that would be a clear advantage if you were carrying 3 goalies and then your third goalie got to be the E-bug. So I get it. E-bug, my understanding is it's somebody who's never played professional. So you got guys coming out of NCAA, good players, right? Coming out of U Sport, good players. You're probably going to get a 6-figure salary. My understanding is I think it's got to be at least $100K. And what an opportunity. Just to, you're going to practice with NHL players. You're going to be around them. And who knows, man, the league is littered with guys who are late developers. So maybe just being around for a goalie, they might say, hey, you know what? I do it for a year. Then I'm going to go play pro. And maybe that year really helped me. So that'll be something to watch, I think, around the league for those 32 goalies. Some might have no aspirations of going pro, but I wonder if some do. We'll see. Take a quick break. We'll return to the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
With Play Alberta, backing the home team goes beyond the bets. That's because your picks have provincial impact. Play Alberta is the only app in the province that puts all revenue directly back into supporting programs and services that Albertans rely on every day. By investing in the General Revenue Fund, every play, bet, and buy made on Play Alberta helps make a difference across the province. Visit playalberta.ca/Gregor to learn more. That's playalberta.ca/Gregor. Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Mr. Rooter has deja vu. Mr. Rooter has deja vu.
The bathroom is right over there, Mr. Rooter.
Thank you, good sir. Wait, I swear I've plunged this toilet before. It was clogged with a snow globe. Am I living in a time loop? Oh, good. It's just a voodoo doll that looks exactly like me. Whew, what a relief.
For a plumbing experience you'll want to relive, call Mr. Rooter.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at EdmontonExpoCenter.com today.
Listen up, friends. Operation Pizza is a go at Papa John's. They're introducing new personal pizzas just in time to celebrate the premiere of Toy Story 5. These adventure-sized pies come in new, exciting flavors like Sheriff's Roundup, Space Rangeroni, and Reach for the Pie. Or take your personal pizza to infinity and beyond by creating your own flavor just for you. Order 2 or more with Papa Pairings and get yours for only $9.99 each. New personal pizzas are ready for takeoff. See Disney and Pixar's Toy Story 5 in theaters June 19th.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Car shopping sucks. That's right. Going back and forth 100 times just to get a price. Give me your credit card for a test drive. What's all these extra fees? That sounds ridiculous. At Northgate, we do things a little differently. Good deals on new, pre-owned vehicles, good people, and a great selection. Stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Albertans love to debate the best way to enjoy summer sports.
No. Playing on the field is the best, man.
No way. Watching from the sidelines, way more relaxing.
You're both crazy. Checking out the game from the bro zone is where it's at.
But there's one thing every sports fan agrees on.
Wilhauk Beef Jerky.
Wherever you catch the action, load up on Alberta's best beef jerky.
Wilhauk Beef Jerky. Because you can't have summer fun with salad. Only available in Leduc.
Portions of this ad brought to you by Mortgages to Go. Need cash or have equity in your home? Mortgages to Go has you covered. When the bank says no, they say yes, and they've been doing it in Alberta for over 23 years. Call 1-888-888-5998 or visit mortgagestogo.ca.
This is Sports 1440, where Edmonton talks sports.
On YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Here's Jason Gregor.
Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Awesome Friday continues on. How you doing? Jason Gregor, Declan Kruger, Kenzie McClellan joining you. If you missed it, the big story of the day, the Philadelphia Flyers have submitted an offer sheet to Leo Carlsson. He's obviously signed it. 5 years at $18 million. Now, Carlsson, according to a report by Darren Dreger, 4 teams submitted an offer sheet. So it's almost like a bidding war. Now, we're all assuming that Seattle had to be one of them. So you look at teams, because you would have had to think if your offer sheet, it's probably starting at least 15 mil. That would just be my guess off the top of my head, right? Like you're not going to do it any lower than that, because it's almost like Anaheim says, okay, thank you very much. So if you look at the teams, I don't think Chicago would do it. They've got Connor Bedard. Right? They couldn't pay both. They have $29 million in cap space. They can't pay both of them 16 plus. Right? So the sneaky one, and I have to look, but I wouldn't have ruled out the Pittsburgh Penguins as a team submitted an offer sheet, to be honest. Seattle, definitely. Like other teams with big money, like Detroit? Would Detroit do it and then say, hey, can we facilitate a trade that you get Dylan Larkin? Maybe. Right? Like that wouldn't shock me. Because remember, when St. Louis made their offer sheets, they ended up making a trade with Edmonton. And so the Oilers got more than just the required second rounder, right? Rather than match it. So that's something that maybe happens. We'll see. Offer sheets don't happen very often in the CFL, but you know what doesn't happen in the CFL very often? 6 touchdown passes in a game, tying a Calgary Stampeders record last night, Vernon Adams Jr. And he did it on only 20 completions, 20 of 25, which is still good, right? 80%. But 30% of his passes completed went for touchdowns. Unreal. For him, 58 points for Calgary in their win. As we get to the CFL report, brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling, home of the no payments, no interest for 1 year on your AC or furnace, legacyheating.ca. As Dave Naylor from TSN Football Insider. Join us, Davey. How you doing?
Very well. It was interesting. I spent this week writing about the first month of football and the unprecedented offensive prowess that has characterized the first 14 games of the regular season. And I got done writing that article, and about, 4 hours later, I sat down to watch Toronto and Calgary, and they put up 96. So it is, I don't know what's happening. I mean, it's so interesting because it's not, I'll tell you, we'll get to the Elks here in a minute, but the Elks are like the throwback team of the league right now. They play defense and they run the ball. And everybody else is throwing it and can't stop anybody from throwing it. So they're really kind of the throwback team, but it's not like, you got 1 or 2 teams that are, hot here offensively. It is right across the board. And in some ways, it's a game I don't recognize this first month of the season. Fans are loving it. Football people aren't loving it, but I think this is the way the game is trending.
Yeah, well, and I think that's good. I think people like offense. You want scoring back and forth, and you can still have good defense. I do see some teams that are getting exploited in the secondary for sure, right? And that's kind of what we see here. The BC Lions, their run defense is awesome. Their pass defense is terrible. And, so we'll kind of see a unique matchup. Edmonton's got a great running game, and their passing game's okay, but it's definitely not one, they're going to beat you over the top very often. So how do you like that matchup as far as run defense against the best run defense against the best running offense this week in BC?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really a fascinating one as well. A really good pass defense as well with Edmonton as well, going up against Nathan Rourke, who's had some injuries to his receivers, been playing from behind a lot. But I think the tricky thing about a good run defense from BC's side is you got to. It's not just about dominating at the line of scrimmage when you're facing Justin Rankin, because so much of his yardage comes outside of the box, right? When they, as I say, the guy you can check the ball to down through 5 yards to go for 45, pretty regularly. So, they're going to have to be efficient in their tackling, and it's, I say because the Elks are the one team that is playing decent defense right now. I think both directions. I'm kind of interested to see, how this old school style, at least, when you put Edmonton's numbers into a typical CFL season, they don't look like old school numbers. But when you look at them right now, and how much they do rely on Justin Ray, I stand to be corrected on this because I gave this a quick glance this morning. But I think Edmonton's leading receiver is 29th in the league, and I think that's TJ Luther. And unless I missed something in it, because I was giving it a quick scan. So this is a team that they say that's going to run the football. The BC Lions know it. And that to me is the key matchup in this game, because that's Edmonton's bread and butter in this wild, crazy passing league that we've all of a sudden got.
Yeah, it is. It's fun to watch. There's no question about that. I love it. And I think offense sells in the regular season, no question. And you want to button it down later on, knock your socks off. Toronto can score, Dave, but man, they can't defend. Like they got torched. Like 5 of those completions. He had 407 yards. 5 of his completions were over, I think it was 221 yards just in those 5. Like, Toronto's just been giving up way too many big plays.
Yeah, and they got lots of company in that. But what we're seeing is, teams are playing 4 deep across the back to trying to prevent big plays. And that's opening up everything underneath, where, especially if you're adding a 5th pass rusher, is pretty thin in the middle of the field, and teams are taking advantage of that. When they pinch down, guys are going deep, and that's the surprising thing. Usually, when you see teams playing sort of 4 deep zone, your completion percentage in the league is going to go up because you've got completable throws to make underneath, but they're taking away the deep ball. Well, going into last night, it was the completion percentage in the league on passes over 20 yards, pass attempts over 20 yards was like 49%, which is crazy, especially given the types of defenses that they're facing that are designed to take that away. And I guarantee that number didn't go down last night with what Vernon Adams was doing. And, I think there's a lot of lessons in what we're seeing with Vernon Adams. And this is a guy who played for a whole bunch of teams. He's been replaced, almost everywhere he's gone, including the last 2 places where he had a lot of success. Trevor Harris took his job in Montreal. Nathan Rourke took his job in BC. Heck, you go back to his days in Hamilton, they tried to convert him to receiver. And it's just a reminder of how long it takes to really refine the skills. Because the one thing about Vernon Adams, I used to say this, he's the only guy I knew who could, throw for 295 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions. And he was good other than those 5 passes where he threw the interception. Usually you have a 5 interception game or a 4 interception game. It means the guy's a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
But with Vernon Adams, you could cut out those 5 plays, show you the rest of the game, and say, well, that guy's great. Yeah, except on those 5 plays. And what's the one thing he hasn't done all season? Thrown an interception. So that, to me, the yardage, the 6 touchdown throws, all of that. But the distinction between the Vernon Adams we've always known and the one we're seeing right now is taking care of the football. On the other side of the ball, last night, you got Chad Kelly, who threw 2 more. He's got 18 on the season. Now, here's the stat that is kind of another mind-blowing stat early in this year. Chad Kelly has 8 on the season, not 18, excuse me. Chad Kelly has 8. The league has 18. The rest of the league has 10 interceptions combined. Chad Kelly has 8. So it's been a weird year so far.
Yeah, he leads the league in passing yards with 1,484.
Yep.
So he's got 12 touchdowns, but he's got 8 interceptions. So it's kind of a risk. It's a big risk reward for him. Now,
and I think they're willing to live with that with him a little bit. Kind of like the Matt Dunnigan days where he would throw 5 touchdowns and 3 interceptions and just shrug them off, right? And I think there's a bit of that in Chad Kelly and the way the Argos kind of manage him.
Now, what I was looking at Kelly, though, like at his other years, like he was kind of he had 20 interceptions in the previous 2 years and 33 touchdowns. So, he's at 12 and 8. And so if your time is, it's about the same, right? Like it's not
the same.
It's kind of who he is. Some guys are a little bit more high risk, high reward. And that's clearly what he is. What do you make of Ottawa? They're 0-3, their second half last week. You're like, okay, maybe, but now they take on Saskatchewan, who lost their first game. So they'll probably be looking for a rebound. What do you make of Ottawa? Are you concerned about them, or do you think that they're slowly starting to improve?
Well, I think they are starting to improve, but the first half last week was ugly. Halfway through the second quarter of that game, Jake Mayer had 5 yards passing to receivers. Everything else was a dump off to a running back or, a screen pass to a running back. He had 5 yards to receivers. And the only time he tried to throw vertically, basically on the entire first half, was at the end of the half, and he got it picked on a throw to Khalil Pimpleton near the goal line. And then they come out in the second half, and all of a sudden they got this super efficient offense. And, there are a couple of guys. I think one of the things when you've got a new offense, you've got a new coach, you've got a new quarterback, and guys are getting to know teammates, it takes a little bit kind of to find your comfort guys. And the real catalyst in that game that sort of turned things around for Ottawa just was when he started connecting with Justin Hardy. I don't think Justin Hardy had a target in the first half, and he had 7 catches in the second half. So that was the one that kind of really seemed to open up. Keelan White is another guy. He's got some second-year receiver he's got some chemistry with. So I think it's hard for Ottawa right now because every other quarterback in the league is, where he was. I have to think of this in my head. Was where he was a year ago, I'm pretty sure, without exception. And, Jake Mayer's the exception. New team, new head coach, new teammates, all of that. So even, decent offense doesn't keep up with the pack right now. And, I think it's hard for fans. It's the old story, right? Everybody's new there. They don't own the past 5 years, but the fans in Ottawa, have lived through a lot, and they've lived through a lot with teams that have gone bad right out of the gate. So I thought, as much as Milt Spiegel would say there's no virtue in any losses, any time, in any game, I would say Ottawa's second half was
critical for confidence, just for belief, just for seeing what that offense looks like when it's in rhythm. Because really, the first 2.5 games of their season, we hadn't really seen that offense in rhythm to any degree. So I think patience is kind of the recipe there. I think their offensive line, one of the things they did, a couple things they did in the second half last week, they went up tempo and they put a little support. I think the matchup of Mustafa Johnson up against their center, Sean McEwen, was getting them beat a little bit in the middle. So they managed to, shore up some of the protection. So they're getting an undermanned team in Saskatchewan this week, and they're at home. And, I look for a good game from Ottawa. I hope just for the fans and for that market that what we saw in the second half last week against Montreal is an indication of things to come.
Lastly for you, you look at the Hamilton Tiger Cats and Bo Levi Mitchell, man, he's always been a gunslinger, and he's just, some people thought, after the injuries when he left Calgary that he wouldn't be that good. Well, obviously he has turned back the clock the last few years here and is showing no signs of slowing down. He's got like an 84% completion percentage, 8 touchdowns, 1 interception. He's always been good, but man, like this year might be even better. What have you seen from Bo this season that's impressed you even more? Because the interceptions are way down. The completion percentage is at a ridiculous number. It's been fun to watch Hamilton.
Yeah, this is a guy who was going to retire until Montreal kicked a field goal with no time left in the East Division final last year. Like that was when he decided. It was just kind of hit him as he walked to the locker room and said, by the time he got to his locker, he's like, I'm not done. But he went into that game thinking that was it. Boy, he would have left a lot on the table if he walked away, both financially and performance-wise. But I think what you're seeing is the refinement of Bo Levi Mitchell and just that gunslinger. He always was that gunslinger, right? Yeah. If you look at his interception totals in Calgary, he was one of those guys who kind of would live with those, right? For what you got on the production side. And Scott Milanovich went in and said, And I had a long talk with Bo about this during training camp, where he said that when he got to Hamilton, Scott basically said, I know you've had a ton of success in this career doing it a certain way, but you can't do it that way here with me. And he said if it had been anybody other than Scott Milanovich, he might have had trouble taking that. But he'd seen the way he elongated Anthony Calvillo's career, the way he did with Ricky Ray, and he bought in. Now, bought in eventually because there were some hiccups along the way here. But the other thing I think you're seeing is his arm strength come back. And I talked to Bo about this a little bit, about everyone was saying when you were in Calgary, your arm strength, you were done. Your arm was done. And he said, there was definitely issues with his arm strength and ability to get the ball down the field. And one of the things he mentioned was Marcellus Bowman, the former Winnipeg linebacker, who was the strength coach in Hamilton. Bo worked with him to try to develop that arm strength and really build that back up. And so I think when you combine, the sort of restoration of his arm strength through working with the strength and conditioning coaches in Hamilton, combined with the refinement of the way he's playing quarterback. And I asked Bo, I said, look, dumb this down for me, okay? When you talk about the way you used to play quarterback in Calgary and the way you play it now, give me the difference. He said, think of a point guard in basketball who's used to scoring all the points, and now he's got to distribute the ball. That's the difference, kind of the way he approaches the sport, and just way more careful with the football, way more willing to throw it away, way more kind of on schedule, being efficient, but as efficient as he can be moving the sticks. Man, he's demonstrated he can throw the deep ball with any of them this year. So it's been fun to see. You don't see it very often when a career starts to decline and a guy looks like he's kind of done, that he would do it full circle and actually play at a higher level than he did in his prime. But that's what Bo Levi Mitchell's been doing this season.
Dave, it's always great to catch up with you, man. Enjoy the weekend. It was an entertaining start last night. Hopefully it continues tonight. Appreciate your time.
Indeed. Thanks, Jason.
There you go. That's Dave Naylor from TSN. Of course, the Elks on the road in Kelowna, because, of course, the World Cup is at BC Place. They got one more game to go there, and then the Lions will be getting back into their home stadium. We'll take a quick break. We got Mike Rupp coming up. More on the offer sheet. Wanye Gretz here on the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca. Let's get to Declan Cougar Sports 1440 update, brought to you by GoAuto.ca. This weekend, sadly, it's going to be a little rainy again, but guess what? Go to GoAuto.ca. They got over 15,000 vehicles to choose from. Hey, test out in the rain. You'll find out just how good it is. GoAuto.ca.
The Sports 1440 update.
The breaking news coming out of the NHL is the Philadelphia Flyers have signed Ducks restricted free agent forward Leo Carlson to a 5-year offer sheet and an NHL high $18 million AAV. Elsewhere in the NHL, Dallas Stars re-signing captain Jamie Benn to a 1-year deal with up to $2 million. The NBA, they're likely to trade DeAndre Ayton to Washington. And around the sporting world tonight in Week 5 of the CFL, we will see Saskatchewan and Ottawa with a 5:30 Mountain Time kickoff. World Cup final from earlier today was Egypt over Australia, 1-1 at the end of extra time, but 4-2 in penalties for Egypt. Argentina and Cabo Verde up next at 4, and Colombia gone at 7:30. MLB scores right now. Cards lead the Cubs 6-0 in the middle of the third. Later on tonight, we will see the Blue Jays and the Seattle Mariners. 8:10 first pitch for that one. Dylan Cease on the bump. Edmonton Riverhawks will be out in Wenatchee at 8:05 first pitch for that game tonight. And I'm Declan Kruger, and this has been a Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
Get ready for a night of rock with the Gene Simmons Band. Monday, November 30th at Silent Ice Center in Nisku. The Gene Simmons Band, performing your favorite classic hits. Monday, November 30th at Silent Ice Center in Nisku. Tickets on sale now at silenticecenter.com. Don't miss the Gene Simmons Band.
You see it? Fusion Promo Marketing can make it. Fusion makes high-quality, memorable promotional products for businesses, sports teams, and corporate events. From vision to reality, get noticed and remembered. Fusion with a Z, promomarketing.ca.
Need a new ride for road trips, errands, or just life on the go? Go Auto offers a massive selection with over 15,000 new and used vehicles to choose from. With over 70 locations across Western Canada, finding your next ride has never been easier. Whether it's a roomy SUV for the family, a sleek car for the open road, or a rugged truck for your weekend adventures, you'll find it here at a price you'll love. Explore thousands of vehicles today at goauto.ca.
Action Electrical Solar Team is now making a play for sustainability and savings. They're specialists in powering up for a greener future.
That's the strategy. Designing and installing high-efficiency solar panels. They're helping homes and businesses combat rising utility costs by harnessing the power of the sun.
A smart move for efficiency and the environment. Hire the Action Electrical Team to bring home a win for your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
Shoulder pain. It can make even the simplest things like reaching up, lifting a bag, brushing your teeth, or sleeping frustrating. Rotator cuff strains, impingement, arthritis, they're some of the most common issues we treat every day. I'm Grant Fedoruk, and at Leading Edge Physio, our team brings postgraduate training, evidence-based technology, and just the right amount of humor and humility to help you feel better. Because we never forget the most important part, the gratitude we feel for every patient who allows us the opportunity to care for them. Because life shouldn't hurt. When it does, leadingedgephysio.com.
Novo Blinds is your home ice advantage for window coverings. Edmonton's own custom manufacturer with over 300 5-star reviews from homeowners, builders, and commercial contractors. Book a free in-home consultation at novoblinds.ca.
Listen up, friends. Operation Pizza is a go at Papa John's. They're introducing new personal pizzas just in time to celebrate the premiere of Toy Story 5. These adventure-sized pies come in new, exciting flavors like Sheriff's Roundup, Space Ranger-oni, and Reach for the Pie. Or take your personal pizza to infinity and beyond by creating your own flavor just for you. Order 2 or more with Papa Pairings and get yours for only $9.99 each. New personal pizzas are ready for takeoff. See Disney and Pixar's Toy Story 5 in theaters June 19th.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is serious about cooling. In fact, we offer multiple ways to cool your home. So you better
call Legacy. Call Legacy.
If you're looking for traditional air conditioning, we got you.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
Or ask us about a heat pump to help you heat and cool.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
Cool with AC or cool with a heat pump. Cool your home with Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Bashaw Concrete Products. From concrete and septic tanks to blocks, precast water pads, Jersey barriers, and aggregates. Farmers, contractors, homeowners. Plan your next project at BashawConcrete.com. Family owned. Over 60 years pouring. Bashaw Concrete Products. Once again, start here. BashawConcrete.com.
Portions of this hour brought to you by CanTorque. We offer sale, rental, repair, and calibration of hydraulic, pneumatic, and battery-powered torque wrenches, stud tensioners, and flange maintenance equipment. Order today at CanTorque.com.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
So Friday continues on. Oh, my goodness. I wonder what Duck fans are feeling right now. Welcome back to the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website where, hey, it has a one-stop shop for casino, sports, live dealer, lottery, instants, and more. And check out the Jason Gregor Show daily specials. We got a little Elks action for you. Go Canada for Canada, and a CFL bonanza to check out at PlayAlberta.ca. The big news, of course, in the NHL today, Leo Carlsson, who just finished his third NHL season, and it was the best season of his career. He had 41 goals, 69 points. Really good year. No one's debating it. Now, do I think he was ready for an $18 million contract? I do not. Actually had 29 goals, not 41 goals. Cutter Gauthier had 41 goals. Carlson had 29 and 67. So good year. No question about it. But $18 million good? Like, I know that we saw Kaprizov jump up to 17 mil. And like I've said, great for the players. But if you're an organization who wants to win, this is the way I'll say it right now. The Ducks and the Flyers, lock it in. They're not winning the cup in the next 5 years with this contract. So it's either going to be in Anaheim or it's going to be in Philly. It's too restrictive. And it's not that he's not a good player. It's just too damn restrictive. Right? Like this coming season, he himself is making up 17.3% of the cap. Right? That's why I'm not sold. Like Minnesota's a good team, but they're not a favorite. And they got better players depth across the board than the Flyers and the Ducks do. So, you know, this is, you have the money. Yeah, you're going to spend it. Man, it's just going to be difficult. So, because if you're the Philadelphia Flyers, and let's say you win this and you get Carlson, well, how are you going to fill out the rest of your roster? You've given up 4 first rounders. Because look what first rounders become. They become great trade pieces to get other established NHL players. So now you've lost that. It's not impossible, but it just becomes way harder. That's all I'm saying. We welcome in Wanye Gretz from Oilers Nation. Wanye, how you doing?
I'm good. It strikes me as a strange thing, offering this amount of money for Leo Carlsson. He's not a bad player, but
no, he's a good player. Like I really like the New Jersey Devils offer sheet earlier this week for Baden Herron, 1-year deal.
Yeah,
$4.75 million, because Utah had just signed guys, and you know, this is strategic. And we had Sam Bowman on the show, and he talked about that offer sheets used to be strategic. He was on the receiving end of one when Hjalmarsson got offer sheeted. And you're like, yeah, you don't love it, but you kind of look and say, all right. So, like when you look at Barrett Hayton, so they still have room to fit him in under the cap, right? But it's just harder. And if New Jersey, if you don't get him, no harm, no foul. Barrett Hayton's happy because he got a 1-year deal. But this also pushes him right to unrestricted free agency. And if you match the offer sheet, you can't trade him. But what's unique is New Jersey makes the offer sheet. They can trade him. Yeah, that's the weird part about it. So I was seeing the contract gurus there talking about that. And I was like, all right, okay. interesting. So, obviously, if you're Philly, you're getting Leo Carlsson. You're not trading him right in the first year of his deal. Obviously not. So we'll see where it goes from here. But remember when Shea, now this is a 5-year deal, so a little bit different. But Shea Weber, when he got that 1-year offer sheet, 14 mil, it didn't lead to a big increase in salaries. Now this is 5 years and the cap is going up, so it's different. But it sounds like there was multiple teams who made offer sheets to Carlsson. That's why they got to 18. So, like, how many of them were like, okay, I got this team. Like, I'm sure Seattle was involved. I could see the Detroit Red Wings, honestly. I could have seen the Detroit Red Wings get involved here because they might have said, hey, we can make a subsequent trade here and ship off Dylan Larkin to Anaheim. Now, maybe he wouldn't have done it. That's the other challenge in here, right? But so if you're the Anaheim Ducks, would you not match? Or do you not match and facilitate a trade similar to what Stan Bowman did to try to get something? Right? That's what I wonder. Right? I really wonder if that's what the Ducks do here. Do they facilitate some other trade? Because Edmonton, now, it wasn't a lot, but it was a prospect in Fisher and another draft pick. And that was only, on guys who had a combined $6 million. This is $18 million. And the Flyers, now the Flyers do have a lot of cap space, but the Flyers also have guys they need to sign. So you look at it. If they right now they've got about $29 million in cap space. So let's say they get Carlsson. Well, do the math. Now they're down to 11. They have to sign Trevor Zegras, RFA, and Jamie Drysdale. I don't think you can get those two guys for 11 mil. But those two guys, funny enough, where do they come from? Anaheim. You're probably not trading either one of them, in like a subsequent deal as part of this. So that's what's interesting to me. Now you could trade them somewhere else, right? But we'll kind of see where it goes. Gavin McKenna just signed his entry-level contract with the Toronto Maple Leafs. No surprise. We saw San Jose sign their top pick yesterday. So you know what? The max now, the AAV for first-round picks is $1,050,000. That's what you get, because I had people saying, Gregor, well, this is better than a first. I'm like, I think a lot of people are like, well, everybody always says, look at these 4 first-round picks that my team's taken, and they haven't been great. I would definitely trade Carlsson for them. Sure, I don't discount that. But he's $18 million. And now you don't have the first-rounders that you could use to acquire other good NHL players. I think that's what people are forgetting.
Would you rather have the draft picks, or would you rather have Carlsson if you're Anaheim?
Oh, well, it's not great for Anaheim either way, because obviously those picks. Now, I would, if my goal is to win, I might take the picks, because at least I feel I can take those picks and turn them into other things, and I could get 2 players, 3 players for 18 mil, not just the one, right? Like in the NHL, this is not the NBA or other league. This is the NHL where you need good depth to win. You just do.
Everybody in the first round, not everybody, but most people in the first round, that's a valuable asset to move around. 4 first-round picks is no joke.
No, not at all. Yeah, not at all. So it will be, I look at where the Oilers are going. Where the Flyers are going. And hey, it's a massive swing. I just don't think if your goal is to win, it isn't.
What'd you make of the whole week? I watched you interview Stan Bowman, which was great. Overall, now the dust has settled. Is that one of the more impactful trade deadlines or free agency days rather, you can recall?
Well, the trade obviously to Darnell Nurse, opening up cap space, then acquiring Ryan Shea as a free agent. They got some goalie depth for not very much, right? $2.8 million max for and it's $1 million this year, and then potentially some. But the Oilers, if they don't spend all their cap space, then the potential bonus for Freddie Anderson doesn't have to be bonus overages for next year. It will depend to see how their cap is at the end of the year. So yeah, I like that. Ryan Shea, defense first guy, that's smart. They still have their main triangle: Bouchard, McDavid, and Draisaitl. That's the key part of this team. So you build around it, right? And we'll kind of go from there. But it was smart because the Oilers are in a much better position to want to make moves. They've still got all their top guys. Like losing Darnell Nurse hurts, don't get me wrong. I think there's some areas of his game, you're going to need Walman to stay healthy, right? But, Ryan Shea can also play top 4 minutes. He did last year. I think he could do it again. And, he's for 5 years at a good pace. I like Dickinson and Murphy. They've got their defensive guys and their penalty killers. The weakness of their team is shored up, right? And I think that was key because Stan Bowman even said, he goes, we just gave up too many goals. Our penalty kill wasn't good enough. So they've fixed it there.
Are they a better team than they were a week ago?
A week ago? So a week ago, Nurse was on the team. But a week ago, you didn't have Anderson. You didn't have Levi. You didn't have Shea. You didn't have Makwanul. And yeah, I would say they're probably better.
Right? That's all we can ask for.
Yeah, because you traded out one guy. And with all that cap space, you added other players, but you still have more cap space. So that's the benefit for them. So yeah, I would say that they're probably than a week ago. Yes, they are better. Quick break. Mike Rupp will join us next. It's a Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
It's cone season at McDonald's, which means vanilla cones are $1 each plus tax in the McDonald's app all summer long. Soft, creamy, and crunchy. For just $1 each plus tax exclusively in the McDonald's app. App download and registration required at participating McDonald's in Canada.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is serious about cooling. In fact, we offer multiple ways to cool your home. So you better
call Legacy. Call Legacy.
If you're looking for traditional air conditioning, we got you.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
Or ask us about a heat pump to help you heat and cool.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
Cool with AC or cool with a heat pump. Cool your home with Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at EdmontonExpoCenter.com today.
Boxing Week is back at the Brick. Don't wait until winter. Get blowout pricing now. Save 55% off sofas when you buy the matching piece. Save up to 25% off bedroom and dining. Save up to 40% off select mattresses. Plus, get free local delivery when you use your Flexity card. And buy more, save more. Up to $500 off select major appliances. Don't miss the return of Boxing Week, only at the Brick. Exclusions apply. See in store for details.
Listen up, friends. Operation Pizza is a go at Papa John's. They're introducing new personal pizzas just in time to celebrate the premiere of Toy Story 5. These adventure-sized pies come in new exciting flavors like Sheriff's Roundup, Space Ranger-oni, and Reach for the Pie. Or take your personal pizza to infinity and beyond by creating your own flavor just for you. Order 2 or more with Papa pairings and get yours for only $9.99 each. New personal pizzas are ready for takeoff. See Disney and Pixar's Toy Story 5 in theaters June 19th.
Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique, family-owned, independent liquor store. The selection? Incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Car shopping sucks. That's right. Going back and forth 100 times just to get a price. Give me your credit card for a test drive. What's all these extra fees? That sounds ridiculous. At Northgate, we do things a little differently. Good deals on new, pre-owned vehicles, good people, and a great selection. Stop in and see us today. 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country. Here's what you need to know about Lux Windows. We work hard. We come in early, we stay late, we go above and beyond, and then we go a little further. Not for awards or a pat on the back. We work hard so that choosing our windows and doors is an easy decision for you. It's the Alberta way. It's the Lux way. Everything we are is windows and doors. A company born and bred and made in Alberta.
School's almost out, and road trip season is just around the corner. But if your brakes sound like they're grinding harder than a hockey fourth liner, it might be time to visit Napa Auto Parts. Napa has all the quality parts, tools, and know-how to help keep your vehicle running smoothly and road ready. With over 85 locations in Alberta, visit your local Napa store today or shop online at napacanada.com. That's Napa know-how.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Emerald Equipment. Emerald Equipment is Edmonton's newest dealer for Yanmar compact equipment. Machines built tough for the jobs that don't quit. Get your new Yanmar compact track loaders with ASP PosiTrack at Emerald Equipment.
From puck drop to kickoff, it's the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
How you doing? Positive Friday, man. It's a real positive Friday if you're Leo Carlson. $90 million. Now, this is very front loaded, and there's reports that over in the next 12 months, like once, the deal is signed, he's going to be taking home something ridiculous, like $39 million, because signing bonus, obviously it's heavier in money. The AAV is 18 mil, but you're really trying to scare off the Ducks for matching because you're going to have a lot of that money up front. Yowza. So good for him. Good for him. Significantly large signing bonus by the sounds of it. So there you have it. 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. It's the Gregor Show brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. And remember, if you do gamble, use your Game Sense. Go to GameSenseAB.ca and find out more and make sure you are staying within your limits. As a time to go around the NHL, brought to you by McDonald's and McD's right now. You can sip on a fresh small fountain drink or a small iced tea coffee for only $1 plus tax right now at McDonald's. As Mike Rupp, Stanley Cup winner, Game 7 hero, also star NHL Network, and my co-host on the DFO Rundown, Mike Rupp, joins us. Rupper, happy Friday, my man. How you doing?
I'm good. I would have loved to have that introduction say offer sheet taker back in the day, because what a wild, I didn't really see that coming right here. We had Sonny Meta threw one out there the other day, obviously, on Barrett Hayton. And here we go. Is this the new season of the NHL? But that was pretty shocking to see.
Yeah. When I look at the this offer sheet, honestly, like I get the excitement and Flyers yeah, we're gonna get a number one center. But Rupper, here, I'll say it right now. This guarantees you don't win a cup in the next 5 years. It's too much money for one guy when you look at it historically in the NHL. And I like Leo Carlson. I think he's a really good player, but I don't think he's an $18 million player next season. I get why you have to do it to make to get the star guy, but they tried it with Shea Weber back then. It was only a 1-year deal at $14 million, and they didn't land him. So my question to you is, A, do you think it's smart? B, what do you think happens? Match or is there a trade involved here? Kind of like Edmonton made a minor trade, getting a little bit more when they let Holloway and Broberg walk. What do you think happens?
I think it's a brilliant idea for the Flyers. I agree. History doesn't bode well for you as far as where these high. Remember, it wasn't that long ago when we were like, hey, if you have over a $10 million player, you can't win the cup. And that's been answered. And so you sit here and look at it when you're talking now 18 million. But you have an opportunity to change your franchise in the way that things are going here, the way that these salaries are kind of going, the way that Leo Carlson has developed. I love this for the Flyers. Now, I don't think they're going to get him. I think it's going to be matched. I think Anaheim was very clear when they came out and said, we will match anything that if anybody is thinking about offer sheeting Leo Carlsson. And I don't think you say that unless you mean it, no matter what that cost is. So I cannot imagine them not matching this. Now, with that being said, love the hatred between these two franchises who've done quite a bit of dealing and going back to the Cutter Gauthier situation. And now this is kind of like a indirect shot at Gauthier as well. Like, all right, we'll take your center. Cutter Gauthier had 40 whatever goals this year. And Leo Carlsson is a big up-and-comer. So, again, like kind of what you said, Leo Carlsson's not a top 10 center right now, but he's kind of progressing and kind of heading that way into being that. So I love this move.
Yeah. So do you think the Ducks match, though?
I don't think you have a choice. And I think that, we were talking about it earlier when you and I were doing DFO rundown, where their decor is in Anaheim is they got a lot of question marks on that with who they've kind of let go, and at the same rate who they've traded, but at the same rate that you can't be going forward with that group. And I think this was kind of the idea is and you've read that and seen that kind of coverage on them, where they're not really doing anything crazy right now because they have to protect themselves because of situations like this. So I think they match, and then you can kind of get back to business and try to see what ads you have coming down the pipe. But they needed to have a little bit of a war chest in place in case this happened. Maybe, hopefully for them, they were trying to scare people away by being, don't waste your time. The Flyers are like, we'll call you on that. But I can't imagine, Greg's, them not matching this.
Okay. So they match it. Now you suddenly you're going to have to, now Gauthier can't get an offer sheet. So that's the advantage that Anaheim has here. But if you're Philly, do you turn around and offer sheet Connor Bedard?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard some wild takes. I just was kind of scrolling through, getting everyone's reaction on this. And an interesting one that I saw too is like, what if Anaheim was like, all right, well, we're not going to match. We'll take the 4 first-round picks, and then they offer sheet Connor Bedard. Like, you know what I mean? Like this, I don't know what this does as far as, and you had Chris Johnston throw out there that the rumblings are this isn't the last one today. So it gets everybody's minds wandering a little bit. Is there another offer sheet coming down the pipeline? Is that Connor Bedard? Is it another big name? I get a little nervous about some other teams that had players that were the Chicago Blackhawks in that situation with Bedard.
Yeah, kind of fast. Well, and then you saw that video of Bedard with his shoulder on the ice the other day. That I wonder, what happens there? Like, imagine if he separated his shoulder just in that. Oof, that would
It was ugly. I mean, it's just the way. Just again, not trying. I know he had some work done there already, but just the way he held it and skated off. Just from the experience of seeing guys with injuries, it did not look good. Like there's either like a dislocated shoulder, a separation. You're going to have a separation wouldn't be all that bad considering how some of the other things that can go wrong. And you just hope it's nothing too major for him.
Yeah. Hope not, for sure. What was your biggest takeaway this week in free agency?
Biggest takeaway. I think the biggest takeaway is that the biggest team that made the biggest splashes is probably the Washington Capitals. You put a tweet out of how big their group is, their forward group in particular, and that was enormous. And then we see after things kind of settle down, Ovi signed that deal. So I think that this is a team now that's all of a sudden should be right in the mix there, at least in the Metro Division. I can't imagine them not finishing in the top 3 in that division. And quite frankly, they should probably finish 2, maybe push 1 as far as Carolina goes. But that was kind of the biggest one for me, is that they made some massive moves. This was a team that had trouble scoring goals last year. They addressed those things. So the Washington Capitals are probably the biggest one. As far as other teams, subtle moves, love Edmonton, love what they did. I just think with Freddie Anderson and Ryan Shea, that's at least a first couple steps here and making some good decisions. Probably Nashville would be another one. Nashville really added some depth to their team with some of the acquisitions they made from Ross Colton. You start looking at Maverick Bork. They did a really good job there of making their team much deeper.
Yeah. Was there like you mentioned Washington, they are huge, man. And it was more the trades, right? Like you get Jordan Kyrou, you get Alex Tuck. I'm not sure the term on Tuck is going to age great, but for the immediate future, I think it's fine for the next 4 years for him. What about Dylan Larkin and the Detroit Red Wings here? How deep do you think Steve Yzerman will dig his feet in here? Because Edmonton, Darnell Nurse had a 3-team list, and they're like, well, dude, there's not anything out there. Oh, now we expand it to 5. Boom, the deal gets done. There's no retention. On Larkin, I don't think the retention will be the issue, but how hard of a ball do you think Steve Yzerman will play here? Is Larkin going to have to expand his list?
I think he's going to have to, yeah. I think Steve Yzerman is going to, I think there's pressure. I think that probably amongst his peers, as far as GMs around the league, for him to dig in here. And somebody's going to have to kind of set the tone where we've watched some of the Ottawa Senators respond very quickly to their situation with Brady Tkachuk. And you kind of respect that because they had to do something. They eventually knew they had to do something. So you just got it done when you could. But Detroit's in a unique spot because they're going to lose this transaction. That's not a good place to be, especially with where this team is and where they've hoped to be. And that's to have at least a number of years in the playoffs at this point under that regime and with Dylan Larkin. You haven't had that. So I don't think this is going to be something that's just inevitable. It's going to happen with the list that he's given. I think it has to make sense for Detroit. And, I don't know. I'm not inside that prestigious circle as far as being a general manager in this league, but I bet you there's a lot of other teams that are rooting Steve Yzerman to dig in real hard here.
Yeah, I definitely could see that. What about Hellebuck in Winnipeg? What do you think goes on there?
Yeah, that one's unique. I don't know what to think. That one kind of got around the draft. It got a little loud with Buffalo, and then it seems to kind of have subsided a little bit. I mean, right around free agency opening up, and we didn't hear a ton. I mean, I still think there's some teams out there that are probably positioning themselves or keeping that potential open. But the fact that nothing's happened up to this point, I mean, I don't know where things were kind of left there. I feel like that situation hasn't been covered as much as maybe the Larkin one or even the Tkachuk one, where we know exactly where things stand. I mean, a lot of these situations, you go back to the Zach Werenski one, where it's almost just a prodding to the team, like, hey, like, we got to get this thing going. We got to get going in the right direction. And maybe that what it was with Connor Hellebuck as well. But I don't know. I still feel like he's going to be somewhere else. I just don't know if that'll happen before the season starts or not. That's why I think you have some teams. I don't know what his interest is. Some people have shot that down. Like the Devils would not be of interest with him. But I think the Devils have made their goaltending decisions right now, and they're okay starting with this, and they're probably going to keep their eye on the situation. I think there's other teams that are going to do that as well. So I feel like he's going to move. I just don't know if it's going to happen before the season starts.
Okay. I was just doing some quick math here on Karlsson. So because in the NHL history of teams winning with the salary cap, $10 million was the highest anybody's ever won with, and that was Bobrovsky in Florida. And he made up 11.9 and then 11.3% of the cap in 24 and 25. For Karlsson's $18 million cap hit to be 11.3%, it needs to be $158 million cap. The equivalent, right? And so that's why, people love it.
Those are very interesting numbers, and I think there's something there to that. But I don't think Philly gives a crap about that.
I don't disagree with you.
Philly needs to be a consistent playoff team. They need to build a team that can eventually do it. So history may not be kind in this situation, but their history has not been kind the way this franchise has been kind of operating over the last however long. They haven't had a real team to go on a run. So, yeah, I agree with that. I don't know how much I put into it. I just think when you have the opportunity to land a player like that, you got to go for it. You got to go for it there. But yeah, it's funny because who was the other? You had Eichel won it, but he was like just under 10. He was like 9.5 or 9 or whatever he was at. But it's something interesting. I think those numbers, we're going to have to move the goalpost a little bit on those numbers because you're starting to see all these players that are signing for 12 and $13 million. I don't know what the new 10 is going to be, but that's pretty significant percentage of the cap you just said there.
Yeah. So it is, it's the cap's got to go up to 158 mil. So that is,
that's only 54 million away.
Yeah. They're close. Right. Like even if it went up by 9 mil a year, if you look at it, so this year it's 104, next year it's 113, then it's 122, right?
Then 5 or 6 years till you get up there. Yeah.
The 5th year of his deal, if it goes up by 9 mil and the cap's still only 140 mil.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. I just in that situation, and it's again, I'm kind of being redundant here, but you have the opportunity to land this player. Like this is not a player that they have in their system. Like as much as we want to think and love, some of the young players that they have and where this team is heading, and some of these other teams, like Leo Carlsson is a huge human being, and he's getting stronger, getting bigger. I think honestly, like I wonder where that limit is on it too, because I was just thinking to myself, like, oh, why even stop there? I don't think the compensation, I might be wrong here. The compensation maxes out at 4 first-round picks, right? So could they have gone up to 20? Could they have gone, I mean, obviously they can only go a percentage of the cap, but they still had room to go higher than that on the offer sheet.
Yeah, they could have went to 20.8 is the max. But here's the thing. You do that and you get the player, you got no chance to win. So I guess it's one of those, and some organizations, the truth is they'll say, Gregor, not everybody wins. If we get Leo Carlsson, we'll make our money back in jersey sales, and that's fair, and that's okay. I understand it all. But just remember, your odds of winning are infinitely lower if winning's your goal. If it's just making money for your organization, having your fan base a competitive team, then you can argue it's worth it.
Yeah. No, man, I'm looking here too. Like if it was not matched and he goes to Philly, I looked at this earlier, and not that this matters and you can't make your decisions based off of this, but he would basically be more than double of anybody on that roster what they're making. You got Travis Konecny to be the next highest guy at 8 million, so 8 and change. So it's pretty it's quite a bit of discrepancy as far as how that team would be built, but you got to swing for it. I love that they did.
Yeah. Love it, Rupper. Have yourself a great 4th of July. Good luck with your fireworks. Be smart.
Yes.
Right? Keep all your fingers.
I got all the digits. All the digits are here today. Next week when we check back.
Yes, let's
they'll
make
be there
sure
too.
There because I was looking up the numbers. Did you know that every year in the USA, there's anywhere an average of around 13,000 people are admitted to hospital due to fireworks injuries, and 15 people die. And so, and 70% of those injuries occur around the 4th of July when most of the fireworks are purchased. So be smart, Rupper.
Yep.
Be smart.
We will. Everybody.
You betcha. There's Mike Rupp from the NHL Network. And Rupper even said, I was talking to him on the DFO about it. And he joked, goes, dude, like, I am very cautious about it. Like, I've seen guys, like, there's obviously the New York Giant guy who kind of blew his hand off. And, there's been brutal injuries, right? Like, unfortunately, the Columbus Blue Jacket netminder, right, was in the hot tub and got hit in the chest and passed away. Like, it's no joke, right? Like, I'm not saying it, ha, ha, ha. Like, we always talk about don't drink and drive on the show. Don't weed and drive, 100%. Don't weed and drink and fireworks, man. Like, that's a terrible combination, right? Like, if you blow off your hand, you blow off your face, some people die. So it is definitely, have fun with it. But like anything, hey, you can drive a car. Just be smart with it. That's all.
Leave it to the pros. Go to a firework display. You don't need to do it yourself.
Yeah, I just watched the band. That's true. Yeah. But he was like, Rupper was saying, so he went this morning to get his fireworks and the place opened at 8:00. And he got there thinking, okay, we'll get there. They got there like 5 to 8. They were like 40 people deep in line and people had like grocery carts. He's like, I don't know how much money is spent. Like, that'd be something to look into. Like, how much money is spent every year on fireworks? Because like we have fireworks in Canada, but we don't. Canada Day isn't remotely close to the level of like they go above and beyond, like maybe too much even. Like everybody, like every second neighborhood, is somebody's putting off fireworks, man. It's wild. So to all of our American listeners, just be safe out there. Have fun. Celebrate the day. It's 250. It'll be a big one this year for sure. So
2.5 billion spent on consumer fireworks in the U.S. just for 4th of July.
2.5 billion.
Billion. Overall spending on fireworks is estimated to reach 2.95 billion, including commercial displays.
It's a lot of cake, buddy. A lot of cake. Quick break. We'll come back. It's a Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
You may get up early, but more than likely, the team at GS Construction have already gotten up before you, grabbed a coffee, headed to the site, and started their day. So while Edmonton wakes up, GS crews are already underground, quietly keeping things moving, upgrading, and laying the new underground infrastructure for our growing city. If you're the kind of person who goes to sleep with their steel-toed boots on, GS Construction wants to hear from you. We're looking for a maintenance foreman as well as a building and yard attendant. Visit gsconstruction.ca for more.
Summit Restaurant, located in the heart of the Silent Ice Center and just minutes from South Edmonton Common. Summit is your destination for exceptional house-made pizza, delicious entrees, and expertly crafted cocktails. Experience the perfect blend of flavor and ambiance in a modern setting. Join us for a straightforward yet elevated dining experience where our commitment to quality speaks to every bite and sip. Make Summit Restaurant your next night on the town.
With Play Alberta, backing the home team goes beyond the bets. That's because your picks have provincial impact. Play Alberta is the only app in the province that puts all revenue directly back into supporting programs and services that Albertans rely on every day. By investing in the General Revenue Fund, every play, bet, and buy made on Play Alberta helps make a difference across the province. Visit playalberta.ca/Gregor to learn more. That's playalberta.ca/Gregor. Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Okay, new strategy. I'll just live in the freezer till October. It's spacious in here. It's spacious.
There's a better way to survive the coming AC season. Pro Solutions is your one-call solves-it-all expert for AC repairs, tune-ups, and new installations. We offer convenient financing options and fast appointments so you can enjoy your entire home, not just the freezer.
Now I can leave the frozen peas where they belong.
Book now at prosolutionsinc.ca.
The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
Wondering what you can afford? Let Go Auto do the math with our free car loan calculator. No pressure, no awkward convos, just quick answers on your budget and payments. Bad credit, no credit? We got you. Text CHECK to 780-777-7777. That's CHECK to 780 all sevens. Find out what you qualify for and start shopping with confidence. Go Auto. Drive what you love with payments that make sense.
Don't let equipment failure stop you cold. At AWS Welding in Nisku, our factory-trained service techs are on hand for all welding equipment repairs. We're a fully warranted center for Miller, Lincoln, and ESAB. And we service all makes and models. Proper, regular service extends the life of your gear and keeps it running at peak capacity. Don't wait for a breakdown. Book your service appointment today at 780-979-0470. AWS Welding. We make it happen.
It's Dollar Drink Summer at McDonald's. Sip on a refreshing small fountain drink or a small iced coffee for just $1 each plus tax, all summer long. Only at McDonald's. Excludes flavored and cloud iced coffees. At participating Canadian restaurants. Taxes extra. Prices exclude delivery.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Papa John's. Looking for a tasty lunch? Papa John's is your go. Get a small 2-topping pizza for only $9.99 with code S999 at papajohns.ca. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
Look good, feel good, play good. It's the Jason Gregor Show. Thanks for listening to Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
350. Jason Gregor, Wanye Gretz, Declan Cougar, Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, YouTube, Facebook, X, and Instagram. Hope you are having a fantastic Friday afternoon, busy weekend in sports. The World Cup continues on. You got the Jays in Seattle. I know some of you head down for that. Maybe not as many as used to go in previous years, but still some go down for that. You got the Elks looking to remain undefeated. And, of course, Canada. Morocco tomorrow, 11 a.m. And tomorrow's a great day for our sports, man. You got that game at 11. You got the Jays game at 2. You got France at 3. And then you have the Elks at 5. Oh, perfecto. So see you Sunday to the wife.
I don't want to put the cart before the horse, even though I love putting the cart before the horse. But like the Elks are 3-0. They're looking good. Like if you're thinking, geez, I wonder if there's a good time to reboard the Elks bandwagon. This has been your best opportunity for years to rejoin a winning team and watch them sail on. Facing an 0-3 Lions this week. Week 6, 0-3 Red Blacks. Like, this is a good time to say you knew they were coming off the bottom and tell all your buddies you saw it coming.
Well, it is. This is a big weekend. I know they're just for the opportunity to come home 4-0, and then you have a home game on Thursday, and hopefully the rain. Like, my goodness, I know there's lots of places out there, lots of basements, lots of businesses. Like the rain, just like no mas, please. Like that's be nice to get like a long stretch here, some heat, and just no water. So. Hopefully there's no rain for that home game on Thursday. And regardless whether they're 3-1 or 4-0, they got 2 consecutive weeks here with home games on the 9th and then the following 17th, the Friday, that can build some momentum with your home crowd. And it's nice to see the team win on the road. It's great. And they did win their own game at home. Unfortunately, it was a monsoon and there wasn't a lot of fans there. So I think some nice weather would be good. I think there's lots of people who would like to get out there and check it out. Hey, Greg's, you and Rupper could be brothers. Well, we do have the same nice heads for sure. Rupp a little bit bigger though. Like you see Mike Rupp in person, he is a large human, man. Like he is all of 6'3", and like no joke, probably like 220, 225, and like not a fat guy. Like no, I don't have the girth of old Rupper, right? It was hilarious. So Pat Puff does he's our producer on the pod, and he was in Vegas the same time as Rupper, but didn't really know. He actually ended up being in the same elevator as him, but he was in the elevator working, and he was kind of on his phone looking down. Sadly, look what life happens, you miss. And as they were leaving the elevator, he heard someone say Rupper, then he looks up, and by then the doors are closing. And so it was hilarious. And I just joked, I'm like, you didn't notice him with the big bald guy in the elevator? He goes, well, that's why I didn't look up. I didn't want to get my phone stolen. So we were laughing because he goes, he looks intimidating in person. I'm like, yeah, he's a big dude, but he's actually a super nice guy. Really nice guy. So, hey, Gregor, why can't Cutter get an offer sheet? So, good question. Well, he's only played 2 NHL seasons. If you remember, he signed out of college and got like 1 game in that burns your ELC, but it's a weird rule. It's like 10.2C in the rule book. He doesn't have enough NHL experience to be garnered a qualifying offer. So that's how it works, right? And I think they put that in place. So some guy comes in and plays 20 games, and then suddenly he's eligible for an offer sheet. They wouldn't want that. You're kind of like, well, geez, we barely got any time from the player. So Gauthier might only sign a 1-year deal now, so he's eligible for an offer sheet next year. We'll have to see, but that's why he is not eligible. He is a 10.2C ruling. There you go. Hey, Gregor, how come no one's talking about how bad the offer sheet is? Anaheim absolutely should not match. Make Philly eat the contract. Nuge put up 56 points in his 3rd season, 24 goals in his 4th. Don't exceed those numbers until his 8th year. My point, Karlsson is more likely to be the Jordan Eberle of Philly than their savior. From KG. Well, I wouldn't really compare Nugent Hopkins to Leo Karlsson, no offense. But Leo Karlsson in his 3rd season in the NHL put up 29 goals and 67 points. He's also 6'3" and 215 pounds and a better skater than Ryan Nugent Hopkins. You can't just pick one player and say, well, Ryan Nugent Hopkins did this, right? Nugent Hopkins in his 3rd year had 56 points. He never had 67 points, right? Nuge never scored 29 goals. He's only ever done it once, in fact, and that was his like 10th or 11th year in the league. So I wouldn't use Nugent Hopkins as my comparison to Karlsson. They're not remotely the same, other than their top picks. Nuge is a number 1 pick. Karlsson's a number 2 pick, but that's it. Not every numbered pick's the same, but Karlsson's a man-child. He's huge. Do I think Leo Carlsson could score 100 points? No doubt. But to me, there's two things here. If your goal is to ultimately win, then it's not a great signing. But if your goal is to become more competitive and sell more jerseys and excite your fan base, then it makes sense, right? Then it makes sense. So that's how I view it. But it's not smart because the cap hit is too much of a hindrance. The cap, in order, for the highest salary cap by an individual to ever win the cup was 10 mil. And when they won in Florida, it was $10 million. And that ate up 11.9% of the cap and 11.3% of the cap because the cap went up in 2025. So if you do that and say, let's just go with the low end, 11.3, the salary cap has to get to $150 million before it's equal in percentage of the cap. So 158 mil, in fact. And if the cap goes up by 9 million every year, right? It went up 9 mil this year. It's going to 1 and 4. Then it's going to go up 9 mil to 113, 122, 131. In year 5 of the deal, it's 140. And so it's not even at 158 yet. So now Philly might never win, but their organization could make a lot of money. They could sell a lot of jerseys. So I understand it. There's two sides here. It's good from a business standpoint. I don't think it's good from a winning standpoint, winning the cup standpoint. But there's no guarantee you can. So I can see why they would do it. It's a risky venture because now what do you do when any of your other guys, like what if Michkov scores 68 points next year? What does he want for salary, right? Like how do you keep your guys around him? That's the challenge. But he is a really good player. I get why Philly wants him. And it's why I think Anaheim, and here's the other tidbit. Anaheim has really shied away from signing bonuses. They don't like it. This contract has 2 massive signing bonuses. I think it was Friedman who reported that in the next 12 months, so basically this July, big signing bonus when the day of the contract, right? So, it's being signed. So you get the signing bonus right away. And then you get another big one next July. And I think Friedman said it was something like 39 million combined. So there'll be some salary in there, but it's mainly going to be like 18 mil a year in signing bonus, which is what the Ducks have never wanted to. But that's why you have to do it, because you do something. What does the organization not like? Maybe they don't have the cap space to match, i.e. Edmonton with Broberg and Holloway, or they don't want to spend the money. And now we'll see if it works. It'll be fascinating to see if it works. So, guys, I'd compare Leo more to Barkov than Nugent Hopkins. Yeah, sure. Great. Barkov. They won when it was 10 million. So if you look at Barkov, then you're going to wait till the cap's 158 million just based on cap percentage. Not saying no, but just look at the history of the league. It's never happened. Look at Carolina just won. They didn't have big tickets. Like you need really good depth. And when I look at Philadelphia and you look at their team, so he'll come in, he would clearly be their number one center, right? Now you got Dvorak and Zegras, Noah Cates, Sean Couturier, right? You'd have to move out somebody. And if you do get him, now you have 11 million in cap space. Can you afford Zegras and Drysdale at 11 million? Probably not. Right? I think there was a report Drysdale was going to sign for 6. Well, is Zegras going to sign for 5? Probably not. So then you're going to have to move him. So, right, and I look at their defense, Sanheim, Ristolainen, York, Drysdale, Sealer, and David Jiricek. Is that a cup-winning blue line? Probably not. So that's the thing. Like, great, it's one piece, but and I know they won a round. They beat, it was probably the least talented playoff series, and they happened to win it. Sorry, Philly and Pittsburgh weren't that good this year. Let's be honest. So 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. Guys, you think this has to do with Cutter Gauthier? Anaheim matches, they pay 18 mil, then they might not be able to give Cutter Gauthier his musk. It risks someone else losing him. I don't know. Who knows? I think there's lots of speculation that this is something that's personal. Now, it wouldn't be the first time. Remember, and I would say this, look at Tom Dundon. Now, they won, so he'll say, I don't care. But just on an individual note, the Kotkaniemi contract has never worked. They offer sheet him, and then they sign him to an extension. It's never worked at all, right? Did the Oilers really work the Dustin Penner offer sheet? They did get Oscar Klefbom at the end, so in a way that helped them, but was never great. Holloway and I think those ones have worked well for St. Louis. Hasn't led to them having any sort of playoff success, but hasn't hurt them. Like, those are good value contracts, no problem. A lot of offer sheets, when you get them, doesn't work a ton. So we'll see how it goes. But hey, would it make Philly better today? Yes. But then tomorrow, they might have to move some guys to make the cap work to fit in the other guys. That's all. Like, that's a big part of your salary cap, right? Almost 17.5% for 1 year. And there's not any players close to it. Like, hey, Minnesota now, last year was their year. Now, all of a sudden, Kaprizov jumps up to 17 mil. It's a big difference. Right? It's a big difference. So 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. Lots more text coming in. Let's take a quick break. Craig Button is going to join us coming up in the next hour. We also will hear for some stats of the day. We got some stats of the day for you and more after Declan Kruger and a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Hire Good for professional property services that you can feel good about. Get Hire Good. Stable jobs, create stable lives. HireGood.ca.
The Sports 1440 update.
The Toronto Maple Leafs signed top draft pick Gavin McKenna to his ELC, while earlier today the Flyers signed Ducks forward restricted free agent Leo Carlsson to a 5-year offer sheet and an NHL high $18 million AAV. Elsewhere in the NHL, in case you missed it, Dallas Stars did re-sign captain Jamie Benn to a 1-year deal worth up to $2 million. FIFA World Cup final from earlier was Egypt over Australia, 1-1 at the end of stoppage time, but Egypt playing 4-2 in penalty kicks. Argentina and Cabo Verde currently tied 0-0 in the third minute. Colombia and Ghana will be the final game of the day at 7:30. In the MLB right now, it is the Cardinals up big on the Cubs, 14-0 at the bottom of the fifth. Pirates and Nats will be next at 4:45, and the Jays also in action tonight at 8:10 as they're in Seattle to take on the Mariners. Dylan Cease on the bump. Edmonton Riverhawks and other baseball action will be out in Wenatchee with an 8:05 first pitch for that one. And in the CFL tonight, Week 5 continuing on as Saskatchewan is in Ottawa to take on the Red Blacks. I'm Declan Kruger. This is the Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, Stingray radio station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go. Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
Hey, hon, I'm getting expressions and images to frame my hockey card collection in the man cave.
Perfect. I'll come with you and bring our wedding photos. For sports memorabilia and family treasures, think Expressions and Images, your local custom framer since 91. You name it, we frame it.
60 years ago, we started selling trucks as Western GMC Buick. Today, we are Wolf GMC Buick. We're still located on the corner of 184th Street and Stony Plain Road with the same ownership for over 2 decades. Our customers have trusted our family-owned, community-driven business. And for that, we are thankful. If you're looking for a truck or SUV, pop in and one of our seasoned professionals will get you a great deal, hassle-free. Come trust our team at Wolf GMC Buick. Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
Cattail Crossing Golf and Winter Club. Fun and friendly with morning rates Monday to Thursday. Just $65 for 18 holes with cart. $55 for seniors. Includes a $5 food voucher for dining at Cattail's Out of Bounds restaurant. There's early bird golf Saturday and Sunday. $50 for 9 holes with cart and snack voucher. 9 and dine Fridays after 4. $130 per pair for 9 holes, cart, and a $40 Out of Bounds gift card. Plus, Glow Golf every second Friday and bring your dog golfing on Mondays. Visit cattailcrossing.ca.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is serious about cooling. In fact, we offer multiple ways to cool your home. So you better
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
If you're looking for traditional air conditioning, we got you.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
Or ask us about a heat pump to help you heat and cool.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
Cool with AC or cool with a heat pump. Cool your home with Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Are you a skilled laborer? All Star Construction wants to talk to you. A heavy equipment operator with track hoe or backhoe experience? All-Star Construction wants to talk to you, too. With work in and around Edmonton for local land developers, All-Star Construction offers year-round employment. Whether it's power, gas, or telecom, developers rely on All-Star Construction to get the job done. So if you're a skilled laborer or a heavy equipment operator with track hoe or backhoe experience searching for work, search All-Star Construction on Indeed. It's cone season at McDonald's, which means vanilla cones are $1 each plus tax in the McDonald's app all summer long. Soft, creamy, and crunchy. For just $1 each plus tax exclusively in the McDonald's app. App download and registration required at participating McDonald's in Canada.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Leading Edge Physio. From weekend warriors to professional athletes, kids playing soccer to grandparents in the garden. Rotator cuff tears and tendonitis to post-surgical knees and hips. We fix your body. Life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
The Jason Gregor Show. The best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
That's the Friday Rolls 3. How you doing? Gregor, Kruger, Wanye Gretz, Kenzie McClellan on a busy Friday. Man, we got a lot of texts coming in, 833-401-1440. The Gregor Show is brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca, where you can get in the game. And check out the Jason Gregor Show odds boost while you're there. And hey, good luck tonight. Lotto Max, 10 million and 10 prizes of, actually, no, sorry, not 10 million. Tonight is 15 mil with 15 prizes of 100K at PlayAlberta.ca. We got a lot of guys. I just have to say, I love watching other teams. I was nervous about losing Broberg and Holloway, but it wasn't my best player. I can't imagine what Duck fans are feeling right now. And that's a fair point, right? Like I can see that. Flyer fans, ecstatic, as they should be. Duck fans, nervous. And maybe angry. If they lose their, I think Leo Carlson's their best player, so it would be huge. Hey, Greg's, what about the fact that Pat Verbeek never got this guy signed beforehand? Fair question, but like, if there was 4 offer sheets made to Leo Carlson, and that's what we're hearing, 4 different teams made offer sheets. Clearly, his agent knew before July 1st that the offer sheets were coming. I'm sorry, being around the league long enough to know there are conversations before, right? People want to talk about tampering and they think, oh, it doesn't happen. I'm just telling you, you can't be naive. Okay, you can't be. It happens. So and how it happens is, hey, man, you know what? Yeah, we got a team. We would love to offer sheet a center iceman. And we got like $35 million in cap space right now. We'd be willing to probably pay a guy $16 million. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, we might even go as high as 70. Oh, okay, right? Like, you can say it without saying it. That's not hard. And so the fact that there is, and now how far back does it go? That I don't know. But now you're Macklin Celebrini's agent, and you're Mike Greer. Celebrini has until next July 1st. You're going to probably lock him up this summer if you're the San Jose Sharks. Right?
You can't allow this to happen.
Yeah.
You can't have an Anaheim on your hands.
No. You don't want to. All right? You would want to avoid it.
Bedard, maybe?
Well, I had mentioned about Connor Bedard, and I think like Connor Bedard, who was now he was the number 1 pick, Carlson's the second pick. And I know people say, oh, they'd rather have Carlson over Bedard. Carlson's the center. I get it, all that. But I think people have to remember that Connor Bedard was in elite category until he got injured, right? Like he was having himself a hell of a year. And when did he get hurt? I'm looking, because he was ahead of Draisaitl in scoring. And I think it was through 30, was it 30 games? I think it might be in 30 games. Maybe it was 29 games before he got hurt. And he was right up there at points per game, right around, like he was fourth in the NHL in scoring. He was off to a phenomenal start. And then he got hurt. And then when he came back, obviously he wasn't as good. But in year number 3, really started to live up to it. And, he was right there with Macklin Celebrini. Celebrini had 43 points, 15 goals in 30 games. Bedard had 18 goals, 40 points in 29 games. He's right there. So, why did Chicago and him not come to an agreement sooner? I do think the Bowen Byram contract and the trade was a clear message to Connor, hey, we're going to get you some guy. And we'll pay you. But, and there was a rumbling the other day that they thought, hey, Bedard was going to get $17 million like Kaprizov. And people are like, what? Well, now you see this one, you're like, okay, yeah, I guess I get it. So I'm telling you, same draft class, but look at the point difference. And I know that points aren't everything, but they're a big thing. You can't underestimate how teams and agents look at the numbers. And I would understand it, right? It makes sense. But Connor Bedard, 219 games played, has 75 goals, 203 points. Leo Carlsson in 201 games has 75 goals, 61 goals, 141 points. So Bedard has 62 more points. He's played 18 more games. He's been more productive. Right now, that's early. Carlson, bigger body. We're seeing it. Last year, really good season. But Bedard was having an unreal year too until he got hurt. So I think Bedard's agent's just like, guess what? Leo Carlson's got 18 mil. I know it's an offer sheet, but it's reset the market automatically. And if he was asking for 17 mil beforehand, it's right in the wheelhouse, which tells me if that's what you heard he was asking for, because that's probably what the offer sheets were going to be. Right? And I would guess Bedard hasn't signed the offer sheet because he feels like, well, Chicago's going to pay him close to it. Because we've got a lot of texts from people asking like, do you have to? Yeah, you have to agree. This is like a contract. You have to sign it. A team can't just make you an offer sheet and you have no idea. You have to agree to it, right? Because it's a standard NHL contract that's submitted to the league. And now the only difference is it says Philadelphia Flyers, but Anaheim has a chance to match it. And then the contract would then be theirs. And that's how it goes. So it's going to be fascinating. Now Elliot Friedman's reporting that out of the $90 million, it's all signing bonus except basically $1 million a year. So it's 17 mil in signing bonuses on average and $1 million in salary. 85 of the 90 million is signing bonuses because the Ducks have shied away from that. They don't like it.
There's steam coming out of the offices at the Honda Center right now when they look at that.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, it'll be wild, man. It's going to be wild. And we'll see what's happening here. Right? Now, who is his agent? I should look up who's Leo Carlson's agent. That will be because good for him. Who is his agent? Matt and Ryan Keeter. Not necessarily big name guys, but good for them. And because I see Dan Milstein tweeted out, he's just got a guy eating popcorn. He's an agent. Hey, the agents love this, right? Rich Ritter be the first one in here. Say, hey, man, you want to get your guys money? For sure. And he did his job. Hey, guys, you think someone will offer sheet Minchikov 4.7 cap hit? You only have to give up a second rounder. Well, the Ducks have $35 million in cap space. So I guess maybe you could go after him. But with the Carlson one right now, they've still got $17 million, and they need to sign Cutter Gauthier, Minchikov, and Hines. Now, Cutter Gauthier doesn't have offer sheet rights, though. So he's in a different ballpark here. They're like, he can try to play hardball, but how hard can you play when you don't really have like What are you going to do? You don't have arbitration rights. You don't have offer sheet rights. Like, what are you going to do? Well, we're not going to sign. Okay, sit out. So eventually, I think they'll sign. He doesn't have much negotiating power, but I guess you could do it. How good do you think Minchkov's going to be? We'll see. Hey, Gregor, does this mean McDavid's next contract will be 20+ million AAV? Ranger, honestly, man, I don't know. If Connor McDavid hasn't won a cup in the next 2 seasons, is he suddenly going to want to chase the money? He's already made 125 mil. Right? I don't think he needs more money. You can't, there's no price you can put on the feeling and the resume of a Stanley Cup. Right? Money can't buy you a Stanley Cup. Now, it might buy you a ring off of eBay if you want to buy someone's ring.
That's doable.
Yeah, that's doable. But you cannot buy your name on a Stanley Cup as a player. Owners, sure, you own the team. But you're putting something in. You can't just say, you know what? Well, I'm going to take all the money I can get and hopefully I win a cup. I would say for Connor, it'll depend. And here's the thing, even if he does win one, I don't think he'd look to say, I got to be the highest paid guy. Because he'd be like, well, now I want to win 2. That's how I view it. So, and we'll see. Now I'm looking, Minchikov's agent is Dan Milstein. So, too funny. 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. Take a quick break. Craig Button will join us. Hey, Gregor, do you know who the other teams were and what the other amounts? No, I don't. Well, Seattle would definitely be one for certain. They went $15 million on Robertson, so Seattle's going to be one. I was looking at other teams who had money to make an offer sheet and have all the picks, right? Because that's what you need. You need both. And had the Detroit Red Wings as a team, because I looked at Detroit and I could see them doing it, because then they might say, well, hey, maybe we facilitate another trade, and then you get rid of Dylan Larkin in another way and you get some things back. Get some pieces back. Now, obviously, you're paying way more, but I thought that was another team that could do it, because they're really there's not many teams who have 18 mil in cap space, right? Here's the teams who have 18 mil in cap space, and Detroit barely has it, so even them probably not. But Philadelphia has it, Chicago has it, and I can't see Chicago doing it. Seattle for sure, Pittsburgh, but like, would Dubas do that? I don't know. It would seem kind of counterintuitive to where they're going, right? Columbus wouldn't shock me, honestly. Columbus are like, hey man, maybe we're moving Werenski, maybe we're moving Kirill Marchenko. We're getting somebody. So those would be my 3 guesses. In Seattle was one, and the fourth, who knows? It'd have to be somebody who has that much cap space. Or I guess it could be someone below them and they're just going to make other moves after the fact, right? It's always possible. You're allowed to go over the cap by 10%, right? You could be technically at, you can go over the cap by 10%. So what's that? 10.4 mil. So you could be technically at $114.4 million at some part of the summer before September 15th, right?
So that rule is you can get 10% over as long as on opening night.
Back. On opening night, you have to be cap compliant. Yes. So that just gives you a window. If you want to use it, you can use it. Quick break. We'll return to Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Did you know there are actually 3 seasons we experience in June? Spring, summer, and construction season. And while roads may be narrowed and detours are everywhere, GS construction crews are on site every day doing the work, because the city doesn't stop, and neither do we. As we build and upgrade infrastructure, life continues around us. That's why we never lose sight of what matters most, making sure everyone, including our team, returns home safely at the end of the day. For more on what we do, visit gsconstruction.ca.
Everything is going to be okay. Any business, regardless of size, can stumble occasionally. I'm Dan McDicken, a licensed insolvency trustee with Faber. If your business is facing financial challenges, our team of chartered insolvency and restructuring professionals have corporate debt recovery solutions that work. Schedule your free Faber Focus session at faber.ca today. Chances of a positive outcome increase if you engage Faber sooner rather than later.
Boxing Week is back at the Brick. Don't wait until winter. Get blowout pricing now. Save 50% off sofas when you buy the matching piece. Save up to 25% off bedroom and dining, and save up to 40% off select mattresses. Plus, get free local delivery when you use your Flexity card. And buy more, save more. Up to $500 off select major appliances. Don't miss the return of Boxing Week, only at the Brick. Exclusions apply. See in store for details.
Hearing on Canada, Mexico, Australia, France, England, Brazil, Germany, Spain, and the rest of the world at the Druid Irish Pub.
Your World Cup headquarters.
Wear your colors, cheer on your team, and enjoy $6.50 Heineken every game.
Plus, your chance to win a ton of World Cup merch,
including hoodies, jerseys, soccer balls, and more.
The Druid Irish Pub, your World Cup headquarters.
Bringing Edmonton together, one soccer game at a time.
The Druid Irish Pub.
Cheer with us in the Mercer Building across from Rogers Place and Ice District.
The job isn't done until the last load is hauled, and having a semi-trailer out of commission is not an option. Whether replacing or adding to your convoy, Edmonton Trailer has a huge inventory of new and used semi-trailers, trusted by the gravel, logging, oil field, fluids, and freight industries. Find a trailer right for you online or at one of their 3 locations. For sales, service, parts, rental, and finance, when you're in it for the long haul, Edmonton Trailer.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is serious about cooling. In fact, we offer multiple ways to cool your home. So you better
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
If you're looking for traditional air conditioning, we got you.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
Or ask us about a heat pump to help you heat and cool.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
Cool with AC or cool with a heat pump. Cool your home with Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Grove Rotary Rib Fest returns July 10th to 12th in Central Park, Spruce Grove. Become a VIP to earn reserved seating, dedicated bar service, on-site parking, and more. Brought to you by Mr. Lube Plus Tires in Spruce Grove. Visit groverotaryribfest.ca.
Portions of this hour brought to you by EWO. Helping you finish your electrical project is their goal. From pod lights to electrical panels, the gear you need is at ewell.ca or in person at their Edmonton area locations. ewell.ca, your partner in power.
Look good, feel good, play good. It's the Jason Gregor Show. Thanks for listening to Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
420, welcome back. Jason Gregor, Wanye Gretz, Declan Kruger with you as we're going to get to our stats of the day, brought to you by All-Star Construction. And hey, they got some good stats for you. If you're looking for a job, because guess what? They are hiring. Go to Indeed.com, look up All-Star Construction, from construction laborers, backhoe operators, hydrovac operators, and more. It is All-Star Construction. And some stats of the day, we get former NHL GM, ace analyst for TSN and scout Craig Button joins us. And Craig, it was a wild day this morning when the Philadelphia Flyers provide an offer sheet that, of course, Leo Carlsson signed at 5 years with an AAV of $18 million. The majority of that's going to come in signing bonus each year, which is something the Ducks organization has been loath to do. So there's obviously some strategy involved here. If you're Pat Verbeek and the Ducks, what's your approach now?
Easy to match.
Okay.
He's too good a player. I mean, you think about it. I mean, you can be loath to, do the signing bonuses, and some teams have different philosophies on that regard, but you just get right down to a 21-year-old player that's going to be 22 in the fall here, and he's a stud. He's a superstar, and I think that Pat Verbeek would say to you that we'd like him to be making less than that. We'd like to have that type of number tied up for longer term. I get all that, but there's no way you can let him go. I mean, the offer sheet is you get 4 first-round picks in the next 5 years. So my father was the assistant manager in Washington when Scott Stevens got an offer sheet years ago. They got 5 first-round draft picks. Yeah, they made some picks. It didn't help their team. Yeah. And when David Poile, who was the manager at the time in Washington, went to Nashville, he remembered that. And he quickly matched the Shea Weber offer sheet that was made by the Flyers at that time. So, you can sit here and say, okay, geez, how do you pay him that much? He's the highest paid player in the league. Bottom line is, you can't let players like this go. And I think it's easy to match. I really do. I think that you look at the salary, the offer sheet as a tool to acquire players. It's been largely unsuccessful. Where it has been successful, and Edmonton Oilers fans know this, with Broberg and Holloway, what New Jersey just tried to do with Barrett Hayton. I think it's a different level of player. If you're trying to acquire players, I think it's a different level of player you got to go after. And I just think when you're the Anaheim Ducks, you're emerging from this dark period of time when you weren't a contender. There's just no way you're not matching the Leo Carlsson offer sheet. Bedard, you can say, okay, somebody's going to put an offer sheet on him. Should probably go match it. And however it's structured, whatever it is what it is. And the Anaheim Ducks will match it and move on, in my view. And that's my opinion. I'd be shocked if they didn't match it.
And so if they do match it, like Philadelphia, to me, I said, if your goal is to win a Stanley Cup, I don't love the AAV because I think that's what's hindrance, right? I did all the math on it. We know that, you got to win with good depth, everything. But to win it as a PR move for your fans, even if they don't get Carlson, the Flyer fans like, yeah, but we tried, man. This is awesome. Our Danny Barrera, we love it, right? Like that's going to give them some positive vibes amongst their fan base, even if they don't get him.
Yeah, no question. I mean, it's bold. I don't have any issues with the aggressiveness of it and what you're trying to do. And Bob Clark was aggressive when they went after Ryan Kessler as well. And then they went after Weber, and now they're doing it with Carlson. So the Flyers are an aggressive group. They want to show their fans that they're in it to win it. And I think, to your point, Jason, this is an example of that.
Yeah, no, that is fair. There's a lot of people saying, man, Pat Verbeek, they screwed up. They never should have let it get to this point. What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, we always can reflect and go, okay, what could have we done differently to make sure we didn't end up in this spot? I mean, because really ultimately what ends up happening is you lose control. You lose control over the negotiation. So I think that you have to take a step back, evaluate what happened, evaluate if you could have done something differently. I mean, you just mentioned it, if it's signing bonus and they're going to say, hey, listen, that's a hill we're ready to die on. And they can continue to sit on that hill and say, hey, we didn't do it. So don't expect us to do it. If you want to go get an offer sheet like that, go and get one. But you have to evaluate, how it got to this point and how you lost control. I mean, ultimately, Anaheim lost control over the situation now where another team dictated the terms, and now you're left with saying yes, dealing with the terms on somebody else's negotiations. You never want to have that happen, ever. You don't want to buy a house, Jason, that was negotiated by somebody else, and you got to go, okay, I'll take it. I'm not really crazy about the terms, but I really wanted the house. I think that's where the Ducks find themselves.
Yeah. So, now the speculation is, and we see Dan Milstein, suggesting that, there's some offer sheets out there and maybe they'll sign it. So Minchikov, the defense in Anaheim. And that one might be strategic now, Craig. You look and say, oh, geez, Anaheim, maybe we wait. Like, would you put if you're an opposing GM, would you put out the offer sheet now on Minchikov? Because now Anaheim has to make two decisions at the same time, right? What would you do there? And how good do you think Minchikov is?
I think Minchikov is a top three defenseman. He adds offensive ability, and that's the bet you have to make, though, Jason. That's why I talk about Barrett Hayton, Philip Broberg, Dylan Holloway. That's the bet you have to make on those players that you're not quite sure of, or maybe I shouldn't say you're not quite sure of, but really haven't established themselves. So you're talking about second-round draft picks in the case of those offer sheets, and players that come in and help you win. And I think Minchikov can help you win. And I don't think you're going to – I mean, would you go to a first and a third? I mean, you might go to a first and a third on the dollar value. It gives you a little more latitude. But to your point about other GMs, if you're thinking about trying to get a player on an offer sheet, you do want to be strategic. And certainly – the Anaheim Ducks, they might be a little bit vulnerable. So if you're interested in it, now's the time to strike and, add add more pressure to them to make more decisions if you want to acquire the player. And so I definitely believe that put more on their plate will help you maybe muddy the waters, make it a little bit more difficult. But if you want to acquire a player, you don't want to make it easy for the other team.
Yeah, no, that is fair. Craig, it's been a busy weekend for agency. What were your thoughts on the Oilers, the Darnell Nurse trade, and then free agency and what they did?
Yeah, good work, I would say. I mean, you go into free agency, we can talk about where they were sitting. Obviously, the $9.25 million for Darnell Nurse, moving him along and being able to use that money and to reinforce your team in other areas, was positive. And, we can debate what Darnell is or what Darnell isn't. But it was work that Stan Bowman and his group, I thought, really focused in on getting accomplished, found a way to get a deal done. Luka Madulin gives them depth on the blue line. Do I think he can be a regular? Yeah, I do. And now you start to look at a blue line. You got Ekholm, you got Bouchard, you got Connor Murphy, you got Wallman, you have Ryan Shea. Luka Madulin's in your top six. Emerson's now you got 7 defensemen. You got 7 defensemen. You can go, okay, now we can manage. You got some depth on the blue line. Obviously, Dickinson and Connor Murphy were really good, important re-signings as potential unrestricted free agents. So you start to put all the work in place that has been done on the blue line, third line center, and you now look at the goaltending, and it's still a little bit. I wouldn't say uncertain, but there's not a lot of what I would call, okay, this is where we're going to go. So you added Devin Levi. Can he do it? I don't know. Maybe he can. We know what Freddie Anderson is. Can Tristan Jarry bounce back? But it changes the focus here. Freddie Anderson's coming off a really good season, a really good playoffs, and Mike Babcock's coached him. So I think that's a check mark. And certainly when you add players that have had success, I think it helps the attitude of the team. I think that you can lean in on that type of experience. So I see an Edmonton Oilers team that's, if we look a week ago, I think this is a much improved Edmonton Oilers team. And that's what it's all about. It's about moving the team forward and giving Mike Babcock and his coaching staff more options with the lineup. And that's what Stan Bowman did.
The Washington Capitals have been very aggressive. Alex Tuck, Jordan Kyrou, they bring back Ovechkin, of course, but Tuck and Kyrou, Craig, and I outlined it yesterday, man, their forward group is massive and they can skate and they are big, but bringing in Kyrou and Tuck, they wanted to get better speed on their wings, and they definitely have done it. And they've also got Chris Stahl and the Miners had an unreal rookie season in the AHL last year with 60 points, which is very hard to do. I'm man, they're loaded in Washington. I really like the depth of that team.
You should like the depth of that team. I mean, you think about Protas, who had a really good year in Hershey last year. He's just 20 years old, so he's ready to come in and help this team. Ryan Leonard with a year under his belt. But you have to identify what you need in your group. They saw that they needed more speed. They're a team that's very, very unique because they never really blew it up. And when I say blow it up, they never really gave away their prospects or their young players to go and chase it. They were a good team. They made good draft picks. They've got real good productivity from a lot of different players. They made some really good, smart moves. So now you draft Ryan Leonard in the first round. You get Chris Stahl in the second round. You make some good selections in the Protas brothers. And now you're looking at a team that is able to, get to a place right now where they're a contender. They're a contender. They're a team that is a contender, and certainly a much better contender now with the speed that they have and the depth that they have. They got a lot of depth in that group, and they got a lot of good young players in their system. So this is a Washington Capitals team. I mean, they're going to be fine once Alexander Ovechkin hangs them up.
Yeah. Craig Button joins us here on TSN. Craig, we already saw it. The top 2 picks have been signed. No big surprise. outside of do you think both of those guys are going to play in the NHL this coming season? I assume yes, for sure on McKenna. What about Stenberg? And do you see anybody else? Nobody thought Schaefer would come in and do what he did, so I don't want to count on anybody. But when you look at some of the top picks, is there anyone else you think has destined themselves to be an NHLer this year?
I think Stenberg, just to answer your question about Stenberg, I think Stenberg will play in the NHL this year. And much like McKenna, they're coming into a situation where they don't have to be the players that have to carry the team. Like when Connor Bedard went to Chicago, he was the guy.
Yeah.
And there wasn't that same type of support around him that could ease the burden on him. And so I think that Stenberg, having played in the SHL, having played in the World Championships, he's ready. And he's a year older. I mean, he'll turn 19 this fall. So he's got a year under his belt. The only other player that I would put a stake in the ground on that I'll say can play in the NHL next year, and I'll be surprised if he doesn't, is Albert Smits, the Latvian defenseman drafted by the New York Rangers. I mean, you look at his body of work. He played in the league in Finland, played in the Olympics, played in the World Championships, and he didn't just play. I mean, no defenseman for Latvia had more time on ice per game than Smits at the World Championships for Latvia. So, I think he's the other guy. Could there be a Ben Kindle in there who we didn't expect to be able to come in and play last year? Yeah, there could be, but those are the three that I think are ready to come into the NHL and play. And are they all going to be like Schaefer? Are they all going to be like Macklin Celebrini? I would say no, but I think they're ready to come in and play in the NHL.
Yeah, you look at Smits, and honestly, Craig, I've only watched him play one game. So he was probably out of all the top 10 picks, the one I knew the least about. Comparisons are hard, but whose game is he similar to for us who haven't seen him play?
Mikhail Sergachev is the guy that I've compared him to. Really good skater, really good initiative in his game, good shot, has some physical elements in his game that, where he competes. And so I think that whole body, the skating, the puck play, the shot, those types of qualities I think are evident in Albert Smits. So that is the player that I've been using as a comparable type is Mikhail Sergachev.
Okay.
And been a real good player. I mean, we know he's not going to win a Norris Trophy. He's not one of the league's top defensemen, but really good, solid, really good, functional, solid player that helps you win. And I think Smits can be exactly that.
The free agent market this year, now there's some guys that are still unsigned. Patrick Kane is one. Anthony Mantha is another. Do you think Anthony Mantha, does he go down the Jack Roslovic last summer page where, he ends up having to wait and doesn't get the big ticket that he thought he was going to get? Or do you think teams are just being patient here and he's going to still get a pretty hefty price tag?
Yeah, well, I'll start with Anthony. I'll finish with Patrick. So if you look at Anthony's career, so last year was fantastic, right? Not a word you'd use for the rest of his career. So, a player has a really good year, and I think teams have taken the position of caution over aggressiveness with him. I a long-term contract for Anthony Mantha, I don't think is in the offering. So, yeah, very well, you can look at what he did, just like Edmonton did last year with Roslovic. Look what he did at even strength in Carolina. And he's looking for a little bit more term or money, and it's not there. So you come to a position of where you realize, okay, this is what's there for me. And I think that's how teams look at Anthony Mantha. Patrick Kane, I think it's just sitting back, evaluating what his options are, looking, okay, where can I find a place that would be a good spot for me? Where's a good spot for me to try to go and potentially help a team be better, help compete? It's easy to say he wants to win a cup. Yeah, who doesn't? But at the same time, I think he can sit back and evaluate, where's a good fit for himself right now. And he's got the luxury of time because I don't think that the interest in Patrick Kane on a one-year contract is going to dry up anytime soon. I think he is in complete wait and see.
Craig, they've got Frederick Anderson and Tristan Jarry and Devin Levi. And I would expect all three to be in Edmonton this year. Now, Stan Bowman, we had him on the show earlier, and he said, we don't really have a master plan of games played or anything because obviously injuries are a factor. What do you make of the kind of the strategy there? A little bit of following in the footsteps of Carolina in a way to say, sometimes you'd rather have more, even though some of them have question marks, more so due to health.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's like you have to deal with your reality, right? So the Edmonton Oilers are looking to try to improve their goaltending. They don't want that. They're trying to look at what the best options are with the money available. So now they say, okay, here's what our options are. We lay them out in front. They make the trade for Devin Levi. Devin Levi's been a good goaltender in the American Hockey League. Is he ready to come to the NHL? We'll find out. Freddie Anderson, we know he's a little bit older. We saw what happened in Carolina, and over the course of his time there, he's had some injuries, but when he's played, he's been a pretty darn good goalie. And can Tristan Jarry find his way back? So you have three goaltenders, and if you have those other areas of your team like stronger, like I mentioned earlier, where the team has become improved and with more options for the coaching staff. Well, now, like people say, oh, you can't have a three-headed monster. Why not? Why not? Why can't you have three goaltenders? Montreal had Fowler, Dobish, and Montembeault. It worked for them. They went all the way to the conference final, and Montembeault had it early, and then he didn't have it, and then Dobish came in, and he didn't have it, and then Fowler came in. And you look at the different stretches of the season for the Montreal Canadiens, like specifically Fowler and Dobish really got the team into a spot, because Dobish was struggling for a stretch after a great start. And then Fowler had to come in and really get the team back up back on track with Montembeault and Dobish struggling. And then we saw what happened after Dobish found his way. Montembeault couldn't find his way. So I don't see any problem with three goaltenders when there's not this like clear, obvious choice. Maybe there will become a clear, obvious choice, but I don't see any downside right now for the Edmonton Oilers in having those three guys. Like, I don't even want to use the word compete for the number one spot. Just compete to be ready to go in and help the team win.
Yes, 100%. Craig, have yourself an awesome weekend. Enjoy a Canada game tomorrow, and we'll see what this week comes with the Anaheim Ducks and whether they're going to match or not. I agree with you. They're probably going to match, and then we'll see if other teams are circling around on Minchikov and maybe even Connor Bedard. Although that Connor Bedard injury we saw on video yesterday, that's definitely probably not great news for the Blackhawks.
No, and especially based on the injury he had this year, right? And you start to think, and the players train hard. They're really getting themselves ready. Looks like a really unfortunate. Hopefully, it's not serious for Connor, and he'll be ready to go when preseason starts.
Awesome. Thanks, Greg. Have an awesome weekend.
Yeah, thanks.
There you go. That's Greg Button from TSN. Hey, Brian Burke is back in hockey. He is the senior hockey ops advisor for the Brantford Bulldogs in the Ontario Hockey League. Also, Gary Roberts has been promoted to VP of hockey operations. We will take a quick break. When we return, we got 5 questions and more. It's the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
You want it? We got it. At Harley Davidson of Edmonton, we have a huge bike inventory just waiting for you to ride. We're not a car dealer. We're your local family bike shop. We are supporting riders. Come find your dream bike here at Harley Davidson of Edmonton on the Yellowhead Trail, locally owned and operated since 1980. Find us at hdedmonton.com.
With Play Alberta, backing the home team goes beyond the bet. That's because your picks have provincial impact. Play Alberta is the only app in the province that puts all revenue directly back into supporting programs and services that Albertans rely on every day. By investing in the General Revenue Fund, every play, bet, and buy made on Play Alberta helps make a difference across the province. Visit playalberta.ca/Gregor to learn more. That's playalberta.ca/Gregor. Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
You've got a go-to coffee spot, a trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. But when it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need: Mr. Dirk. Family run since 1939, we're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk elevates your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
It's Dollar Drink Summer at McDonald's. Sip on a refreshing small fountain drink or a small iced coffee for just $1 each plus tax, all summer long. Only at McDonald's. Excludes flavored and cloud iced coffees. At participating Canadian restaurants. Taxes extra. Prices exclude delivery.
Well, get ready for a silly hockey fans. Your partner in power just skated onto the ice.
EWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers Edmonton, is ready for the power play 24/7, 365.
UL skates to where the puck will be in 5 years. Now that's forward thinking.
Killer selection, slamming products from the best brands, and legendary service.
Don't sit on the bench. Get your account today at EWEL.ca and win that project.
Plug into your partner in power. Get an EWEL.ca account today.
You don't just need property services, you need problems handled. HireGood provides cleanup, debris removal, site monitoring, and safety attendance across Edmonton. We reduce issues on your property, keep spaces safe, and take pressure off your team. We resolve real problems for businesses while creating real impact. Because our team is built on second chances, and they show up every day ready to prove it. Visit HireGood.ca or call and mention Jason Gregor for a first-time discount. HireGood. Stable jobs create stable lives.
For decades, the pioneer spirit of Alberta has been exemplified in the chuck wagon racing legacy of the Dorchester family. And today, you can experience it every time you hit the links. Dorchester Ranch Golf Course is in top mid-season form. Enjoy the longer days on this historic 18-hole course near Pigeon Lake. Stunning views, reasonably priced, and only 40 minutes from Edmonton on newly paved roads. Play the course built with pioneer spirit and family pride. Dorchester Ranch Golf Course. Book your tee time today at dorchestergolf.ca.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is serious about cooling. In fact, we offer multiple ways to cool your home. So you better
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
If you're looking for traditional air conditioning, we got you.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
Or ask us about a heat pump to help you heat and cool.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
Cool with AC or cool with a heat pump. Cool your home with Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Portions of this hour brought to you by 01 Hockeyology, Edmonton's home for elite hockey development, skating analysis, performance assessments, and year-round training at West Edmonton Mall. Elite hockey development at 01.ca. That's ZERONE.ca.
He's not just another pair of glasses. It's the Jason Gregor Show. Thanks for checking out Edmonton Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Rolling through, man. It is a busy day. We're almost 3 hours into the show. It feels like we just sat down. So much going on. Of course, the Leo Carlson offer sheet, which is the highest AAV in NHL history, $18 million. And we just want to clarify, because there's a lot of people, I think, that an offer sheet is not, the player doesn't have a choice. The player has to agree to it and sign it. It's a contract. It's just under an offer sheet. It's a legal binding contract. It's not that a team can just offer sheet you. You have to agree to it. But it falls under the category of an offer sheet. But it is an actual contract. And now he's going to get all the money. And it's either going to be paid by Anaheim or it's going to be paid by Philly. That's the only thing that's different in the contract. And he's going to be getting a huge signing bonus money. 85 of the $90 million is going to be signing bonuses due early on. So, and I think we should get the exact dates on for it, but that is some big time moolah. So yeah, he basically gets $19.95 million on July 10th this year. So next Friday, basically $20 million. And his salary for the season is $850. Then next summer, it's an $18.1 million signing bonus, $900,000 salary. The year after, $17.5 million signing bonus, $950 salary. $15.2 million signing bonus, $1 million salary. And the last year, it's a $15 million signing bonus, $1 million salary. That is absolutely wild. So think about it. He gets $38.9 million in less than a year. because it's July 10th, the first signing bonus, and then it's July 1st, 2027, the next one. Wow. That is some big money. Big time money. Now, you're wondering why all the signing bonuses? Because the Ducks don't like to pay it out. Now, that owner's got a lot of money, but still, some guys, you get set in your ways. You don't like to do it other ways. And like, I do wonder now, like, either way, whether it's Philly or it's Anaheim, you have now sent the message to all the agents that you're structuring your contracts. Like, if you're Cutter Gauthier, and I know he doesn't have any ARB rights this year, and he doesn't have any offer sheet rights this year, but in the future he will. And what about Philly? Like, if they don't get him, and now you're Trevor Zegras, and he says, hey, I'm not going to get 18 mil, but shouldn't I get half of that when I had the same amount of points? Right? So there is the trickle-down effect sometimes when you screw up your whole internal cap that much. So we'll see where it goes. Let's get to 5 questions brought to you by The Brick, where the Boxing Week sale continues on in summer, where you can get sweet deals, 50% off on certain sofas. When you buy the matching love seat, you can get 40% off beds, huge deals on appliances, everything in the store. Check it out, The Brick and thebrick.com.
It's time for 5 questions on the Jason Gregor Show.
Okay, question number 1. Edmonton Elks in action tomorrow. Of course, chance to move to 4-0. So what is your official prediction for the game? And then, naturally, a bold prediction as well.
The Elks may never lose again, Declan. You're the host of Elks Nation. I want to be the first one to say this. It may never end, the good times. I'm predicting a 27-24 win over BC.
Ooh, yeah. Well, the Elks, they're kind of the opposite team this year. They're winning with defense and running, and no one else is doing it. It's odd, but the Mogensen injury is okay. But man, I'm really interested to see Jabomi. I think he's good. I think he's really good. So I kind of want to see him in action. I'll say the Elks lose, and they lose 29-27.
All right. Question number 2. What does Canada have to do in their game tomorrow against Morocco to win and move on?
Well, they got to continue to play sound defensively, and they got to bury their. I think they got to score first too. They got to bury their chances, man. I know there's been some comebacks lately here. Like, you look at teams that have won. I think it was England had never won a World Cup when they trailed before. That happened. They did, and we saw Belgium with that ridiculous comeback, down 2 goals, score twice in final 5 minutes, and then win in extra time. But I just think for Canada, you got to score first. And when you get an opportunity, they can't waste it. They had some decent chances, or I shouldn't say, they squandered some decent chances by some bad passing. They got to be crisper offensively.
You got to lock in, Deck. You got to get pucks deep. That's the only advice I've ever heard that works. So I'll stick with what works.
All right. Okay. Question number 3. Which move from NHL free agency are you still 50-50 on? You're not sure if you like it. You're not sure if you don't like it. You just got to see how this one plays out.
For me, Jacob Trouba, $32 million, 4 years. That's a lot for Jacob Trouba hockey. I guess I'm not really on the fence. I'm against it. I just wanted to get that out there.
Good question. Where am I? Who am I on the fence with? Well, the Sergei Bobrovsky one, man, 3 years at 7 sheets. I know he'll play, but how well is he going to play? And obviously the Mason Marchment one's a little bit of a risk for the Sharks.
Question number 4. James Dolan has put his son, 32-year-old Quentin Dolan, in charge of the New York Rangers. How do you think him at the helm will work out for the organization?
It's an interesting point. I mean, the Knicks aren't exactly the bells of the ball of the Dolan Entertainment franchise, call it, right? They're building spheres. They're doing all sorts of things. 32 years old isn't super young. Maybe he's a good executive. I don't know.
Yeah, it's really hard to know. Now, age is like, and I know, Wanye, I think it was you who taught me about, or showed me the numbers about when you have people and families, when you have a businesses, it's like 70% of second generation businesses go out of business. Right?
Yeah,
right. When it's handed over, because if you haven't put in all the work to really understand how the company works, it's hard to have success at it. Now, if he's been working there for many years, And so obviously when you're in the ownership party, he's not suddenly going to go out there. You can't just be a scout, for instance. That's not what he hires the right people. So has he learned to hire? Because I'll just say this. If he fires Chris Drury in the next 8 months, then I think they got a really good start. Because if you look some of the decisions Drury's made for the Rangers, you're like, what the hell is going on there? So to me, this can't be worse than what's happened under Dolan here for the last few years in New York, because I just think Chris Drury as the GM at the helm has not been very good.
And finally, question number 5. Which 4 TV shows are on the Mount Rushmore of TV shows that had cultural impact?
That's a very good question.
Thank you.
Also, I do think that the Dolan dad is actually the kid of the guy who started Cablevision. So this would be the grandson of the people who started.
They've been heavily involved in it.
Yeah.
All right.
This is a good question, though, Deck, about the Mount Rushmores. Saturday Night Live, I would say, for me, has had the most cultural impact. Like, I've been repeating Saturday Night Live skits to people as though they're my jokes for 20 years. I think SNL is hilarious, and the characters on that show, some of them are eternal. And then in quick order, I'd throw Seinfeld on there, and Friends on there, and Boy Meets World, because we all fell in love with Topanga as children.
Well, I guess if we're going in the history of it, you'd probably have to go back to all the way I Love Lucy, just because of like the use of multi-camera setups, live studio audience. No one had ever done that. So for like that changed things. And A Leading Lady was massive, right? So they would be one. I would have The Sopranos, I think. Right? Like they had anti-heroes in that story, right? And it was almost like cinematic storytelling a little bit for that show. I thought that was different. Obviously I'm biased. I'm going Seinfeld all day long. And the other one I would put in, because it's lasted so long, I have to put in The Simpsons. I would put in The Simpsons, pop culture, like, because that was a question to me, Simpsons and pop culture, like how many of those, like I referenced the Abe Simpson walk in the room, how many, and everybody knows it. You know exactly what we're talking about. Walk in, hats off. No, know what I like. Don't like what I see. I'm out. But they had and the Simpsons also freakishly have predicted a lot of things in their shows that ended up coming true. It's wild. So I'm going with The Simpsons.
Simpsons is a tough one for me. I love The Simpsons, but like, have you heard anyone ever mention an episode in the last 5 years?
Not necessarily an episode. That's probably fair.
It's like the old stuff you're still referencing.
Yeah.
But the new
that's
ones
because
now.
the older, I'm not watching any of the new stuff.
Yeah.
Right. But so the younger people are probably doing it. It's like, man, like now, if you want to stay kind of chic, like you got to know what's going on. Like the kid lingo, you know, you have a son who's a teenager stuff, because just some of the words and the verbiage is so different now. Right. That's cap. Right. Oh my God. I don't know how many times I have to hear that from kids now. Holy cow. But it does make me laugh now. Right. But it is actually, now that they say it, I've gotten onto it. Like, it's a great way of, because we used to just say, well, that's BS. Now they're just like, that's cap. Right. Stop lying. It's actually kind of a nicer way to say it, actually. And it sounds a little bit better.
And you can send the hat emoji when you want to say cap as a text. You just send the blue hat emoji. That means lies.
You're calling someone that they're lying.
Or the story's a lie, or someone's a liar.
Well, I'm not really an emoji user. I might put in capital letters the next time. That's cap. But we'll see how it goes from there. So, but Simpsons is still, I haven't watched it, but my son actually, I've got him into The Simpsons. He's watching and we're catching up on some episodes. And now I didn't want to start all the way in season 1. I thought it was too many. So I think we started like season 5.
Season 1's a tough watch, even if you love The Simpsons.
Yes. Well, just the animation and everything about it, right? And like any show, like first year of most shows isn't as good. Like I would still argue, man, season 4 of Seinfeld, unreal. Like every season's really good, but that might have been their grand poobah of everything. So it is good. Hey, Gregor, what makes a player not eligible for offer sheets like Cutter? Well, you have to have a certain amount of games played experience. And usually it's like if you've played 3 years, and Cutter Gauthier signed, he had one of those, comes out of college, signs his entry-level deal, plays 1 game, and that burns a year of his deal. But it doesn't burn a full year when it comes to eligible for an offer sheet. So there is still you have to have a certain amount of games played experience. And usually it's got to be over 2 years. 3 years to get an offer sheet. So I'd have to read the exact wording of it, but I know he's not eligible due to he doesn't have enough NHL experience. So there you go. Let's get to Declan Kruger and a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. And it is employee pricing month at Northgate. You pay what they pay. You get some fantastic deals. Go in there. Just grill Mike down, man. Get a good deal. Right? Just start, he's shiny things. Just mention some sports thing. And the next thing you know, you'll be getting yourself a great deal. NorthgateGM.com.
This is the Sports 1440 update.
NHL news from earlier today. The Toronto Maple Leafs signing top draft pick Evan McKenna to his ELC. The Flyers also, of course, as you heard on the show, signing Gretz restricted free agent forward Theo Carlson to a 5-year offer sheet and an NHL high $18 million AAV. In the FIFA World Cup right now, Argentina leads Cabo Verde 1-0 at halftime. Lionel Messi with the goal in at the 29th minute. Egypt beating Australia on penalties earlier today. And Colombia and Ghana will be the only other game in the day, 7:30 p.m. kickoff. Scores around the majors. Right now, it's the Cardinals up 17-1 on the Cubs in the top of the ninth. Nats lead the Pirates 1-0 in at the top of the second. Set to go in just a couple minutes' time here. We will see the Twins and the Yankees. And later on tonight, we'll see the Blue Jays out in Seattle taking on the Mariners. Dylan Cease on the mound for that one. Edmonton Riverhawks in action tonight out in Wenatchee, an 8:05 first pitch for that game. And the CFL Week 5 will continue on. Saskatchewan and Ottawa kicking off in about 27 minutes' time here. I'm Declan Kruger. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
When your project can't afford downtime, call Japa Equipment Rentals. From excavators and wheel loaders to compaction equipment, Japa has the machines you need. Trusted since 1972. Visit japaequipment.com or stop our Edmonton or Calgary locations.
Oodle Noodle origin.
In 1864, Francis Oodle took over his dying father's business as a leatherman. He was quite proficient, but his heart was never truly in the trade. After his father's death, Oodle met a cocksure young man named Vladimir Nudel, who was a trailblazer in the popular new art of food boxes. They formed a partnership and aimed to ply their trade in the new world. At Ellis Island, Nudel was renamed David Noodle, and henceforth, the franchise has been known as
Oodle Noodle.
Boxing Week is back at the Brick. Don't wait until winter. Get blowout pricing now. Save 55% off sofas when you buy the matching piece. Save up to 25% off bedroom and dining. Save up to 40% off select mattresses. Plus, get free local delivery when you use your Flexity card. And buy more, save more. Up to $500 off select major appliances. Don't miss the return of Boxing Week, only at the Brick. Exclusions apply. See in store for details.
Edmonton's go-to station for all things sports is Sports 1440.
From Low Tide to Kevin Karius and Jason Gregor, we deliver the latest on your favorite teams.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
To Sports 1440.
Are you a skilled laborer? All Star Construction wants to talk to you. A heavy equipment operator with Traco or backhoe experience? All Star Construction wants to talk to you, too. With work in and around Edmonton for local land developers, All Star Construction offers year-round employment. Whether it's power, gas, or telecom, developers rely on All Star Construction to get the job done. So if you're a skilled laborer or a heavy equipment operator with Traco or backhoe experience searching for work, search All Star Construction on Indeed.
Good to go. With Mortgages to Go, you'll be good to go. MortgagesToGo.ca says yes when the banks say no. That's why Alberta has trusted Mortgages to Go for over 23 years. If you need cash and have equity in your home, you're approved instantly. Guaranteed. Call 1-888-888-5998. That's 1-888-888-5998. With Mortgages to Go, you'll say,
good to go.
There's still time to book your tournament at the Ranch Golf and Country Club.
As one of Alberta's top tourney courses, the Ranch makes hosting fun and easy for any group or business. No matter how unique or unusual, they'll accommodate your vision for an event no one will soon forget.
Start planning your tournament today at their beautifully landscaped course on the outskirts of West Edmonton. On-site event coordinators are here to help, but hurry, availability is limited and booking fast.
Visit theranchgolf.com.
What's it like to score a winning deal at Car West Leduc? Like raising the cup in your hometown
On your birthday.
Feel it now at Car West Leduc. Experience a vast, uncompromising selection of top-quality used vehicles with no extra fees. Trucks, sedans, vans, SUVs, and more. Backed by family-run service and top dealer ratings on Google. So when the final siren goes, you go home with a deal you'll never forget. Car West Leduc, 6514 Sparrow Drive, Leduc, or at carwestautosales.com.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Crystal Glass, your clear choice for residential windows, locally manufactured and installed. Crystal Glass provides a beautiful product and incredible customer services for all your residential needs. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca for a quote.
Pro sports, local sports, minor leagues, you got it all. It's the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
.507. Welcome back, Gregor, Wanye, Declan Kruger with you. It is a Friday afternoon, and man, it has flown right by. It's the Gregor Show, always brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca, where your one-stop shop for everything you want to get in on CFL, NHL, NBA, World Cup, MLB. They got it all. Heck, even the Calgary Stampede Rodeo. Check it out at PlayAlberta.ca. Of course, the NHL, big news today. If you missed it, the offer sheet for Leo Carlsson, highest AAV in NHL history at $18 million. It's a 5-year deal. He's either going to get paid by the Ducks or by the Flyers. The Ducks have until next Friday to match the offer sheet. Now, there's two options. They can just match the offer sheet. They can say no, or there can be a trade associated with this. Here's kind of a side deal, which is what the Oilers did to get a little bit more compensation back from St. Louis and not match. We'll see. You got options to negotiate here. This is business. You're Pat Verbeek. You might internally be mad, but you can't ignore Daniel Briere's calls. You got if you want to facilitate a trade, just see like, hey, maybe we can make this offer or something else here to try to, mitigate things. Who knows? So those, because we've seen that before where guys have been offer sheet and then trades are part of it, to mitigate a little bit. Sometimes people get upset about it. And I get it. You're competitive. You're Pat Verbeek. You didn't want this to happen. You would have rather just signed him. Heck, if he would have signed for $15 million, people would have said, holy cow, really good deal for Carlson. Okay. But now it's AT's highest paid player in the league. And that's going to be, make no mistake, man. That's going to be hard for Leo Carlsson. Now he signed it, and I get why he signed it. He's getting $90 million. Right? And then by the way, he's going to be a UFA at 21. Like, wild stuff, man. Wild stuff. Let's get to the spec report brought to you by GS Construction, your underground infrastructure specialist. And they are hiring. You want to work for a great company with great benefits? Go to gsconstruction.ca and look up careers as Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet joins us. Spec, good afternoon. What was your initial thoughts on the offer sheet?
Oh boy, that's a big number. That is the highest number. No one's ever been paid $18 million in this league, is to my knowledge. Correct on that?
Yeah. The highest AAV I recall wasn't it Joe Sakic way back when he got that offer sheet, if I'm not mistaken. So from the Rangers, I think that's what it was.
Yeah. So that's crazy. Carlson's really, really good. He shouldn't be the highest paid player in the league, but I guess these are extenuating circumstances. Anaheim has always been a little bit of a they've had their own cap there. Revenues in Anaheim are only so high. They're not like the Oilers. They don't make the money the Oilers make. They don't bring it in. So this will throw them off. And this is a heavily front end loaded deal. Is that not right? Doesn't he make like,
no, dude, it's every
$5 million the first year or something?
Well, no, like his signing bonus will be $19.95 million next Friday. His base salary for the coming year will be $850K. And then he gets a signing bonus on July 1st of $18.1 million, and then $900K. And then like most of this is signing bonus. 85 of the $90 million is signing bonuses. But in the first 300, whatever that is, 57 days, it's like $39 million almost. It's wild.
Yeah. So in the first year, he makes almost $40 million. That's going to throw, Anaheim ownership wasn't counting on this. I guarantee you that. It's going to throw Pat Verbeek's cap off quite a bit. And frankly, leave him in. I haven't looked at Anaheim's who's coming up next.
Well, yeah, they still got to sign Cutter Gauthier and Minchikov. Now, he still has, even today, if you look at it and say, okay, Carlson's signed, which technically is right now, they still have $17.1 million to sign Cutter Gauthier, Tyson Hines, and Minchikov, which is obviously not a ton of space. Now, Cutter Gauthier doesn't have arb rights, and he also can't get an offer sheet. So, maybe that's a little bit easier for him, but we'll see.
Yeah, it'll just throw them off. That's all. Like, this isn't how you plan things out. Guys, general managers plan their salary cap out 3-4 years ahead, especially with a young, talented team like Anaheim. And, listen, the other side of it is in the dressing room. Like Carlson, if they keep him, Carlson is going to take a little bit of salary from everybody else. Mm-hmm. So, his GM's going to be side-eyeing him when he sees him. Like, this does not make Pat Verbeek happy. And his teammates are probably like, oh boy, look at you, taking all the money. I hope we can still win. So this is I'm not saying that I wouldn't do it, or if I was advising my son or my client, I would probably tell him to take this money, but it doesn't come no strings attached. That's for sure.
Oh, definitely. And just, there's a lot of pressure to try to live up to it. And hey, I get that you all look at Leo Carlson, and I think he's going to be a really good player, but I don't know how good he's going to be. Like, is he automatically a 100-point guy? It's still a pretty big jump to just go from 67 to 100 points, man. Like, there's very few guys who do it yearly. And when you're making 18 sheets, you know what? You can't just be a good 200-foot player. You're going to have to put up points. Yeah.
Oh, for sure, man. It's all there. He's a big kid. I think he's 6'3". And, you're right. He had 67 points last year in 70 games, so that's good. But guys with, listen, Connor McDavid makes 12.5, and he gets 140 points, 150 points. Leon Draisaitl's a 50-goal, 100-point player. So you're going to get paid more than those guys. You should produce like they produce, and let's see if you can. There will be a ton of pressure. This is, you're living down there. You're going to get a big, beautiful house on the beach. This better be a focused young man, because frankly, this payday is the kind of thing that, it's life-changing, and it can change people. So let's hope that this is the right guy for it.
We had Stan Bowman on the show earlier today.
I heard that.
Yeah.
Good.
And he spoke about, very honestly, that he's like, we haven't mapped out how many games your goalies can play. Obviously you can't, because injuries and how guys are playing, you never know. And he says, hey, we went in thinking it's a good scenario, and if it doesn't go well and, somebody's not playing poorly, well, we'll readjust during the season, which makes a lot of sense. But he was also very upfront about, I think we got enough defensemen. We got enough goaltenders. We'd like to add a forward, but he was quick to point out that it doesn't mean it's going to come, this summer. They're still having conversations with guys. And like I said, could Anthony Mantha be a Jack Roslovic if you sign him late for like $2 million? Sure, I could see that, but I don't see them giving Anthony Mantha $5 million late in the summer. I just don't see that happening. You've got a lot of cap space now. You've created this space, and I think they're going to use it wisely and maybe accrue some during the year, and then you can go for a big swing or two at the deadline.
So, but to go back to the goalies, he basically, I heard him say their plan is to be a 3-goalie team this year, correct?
Yes, for now.
Yeah.
But he did say, like, hey, if it doesn't work, they can readjust during the season.
Well, I wonder how that's going to work. We talked about this, you and I, yesterday, and you know how I feel about it. Listen, I'm just a sports writer. I don't care if they have 10 goalies, right? Who cares? No skin off my nose. But all I know is it's always uncomfortable. And it's never a situation that goaltenders love. The starter's fine. The number one guy's fine because he gets his own net and he calls the shots. It's the other guys that are fighting for time in practice and someone's not playing enough games. And so, listen, maybe they got this thing figured out because they want to probably play Freddie Anderson less, because he's older and he's been injured and all that. That's probably wise, Jay. It's probably wise. But if, let's see how this works out. And you're telling me that if they don't love how they're going to work, they're going to pivot. Well, what's the pivot? If you try to send Devin Levi down, he gets probably snapped up on waivers, doesn't he?
I didn't get snapped up last year.
No, maybe not. Hey, maybe not. Sure.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Actually, no, you know what? He didn't need waivers last year, but he didn't play in the NHL at all. Like, the thing about Devin Levi, Spec, is like Devin Levi, he might, like, a lot of people are raving about it. I don't mind the bet, but like Devin Levi came in the NHL, in 23-24, played 23 games. Then 24-25, he played 9 games. All right. And then last year he played no games. That's going backwards. So he'll need a reset. And we'll see. You're right. This would be the first time he'd be eligible for waivers because he's had 4 seasons. And we'll kind of go from there. Although I'd have to look, I got to double check with Hart because he only played 7 games his first year. I think he does need waivers. I'm pretty sure, but
he needs waivers. I checked. He's waiver eligible.
So it'd be the first time he'd be waiver eligible, but like he's a 7th round goalie who's played 39 NHL games, but it's not like his numbers are jumping off the charts for teams. So I think Edmonton can be patient with him, and it's going to be an interesting one. I think your goalie coach is going to be vital to kind of help out in the development of Levi because he might go some stretches where he's not playing.
Yeah, and listen, you can coach a guy all you want in practice. Young players need to play. So, it's a tightrope. They're walking a bit of a tightrope. They got a number one that they're trying to keep the pressure off them until later in the season. They don't want to play too many games. I totally get that with Freddie Anderson. That is fair. You got a number 2 in Jari that we're completely unsure about in a lot of ways. Health-wise, skills-wise, consistency-wise. How's he going to do? I don't know how he's going to do. Nor does Stan Bowman. Then you got this third kid who the only thing I know about a young goalie like him, and you're telling me is going a little bit backwards, and I'll take your word for that. The only thing I know for sure is he doesn't get out of this thing and turn into a good goalie by sitting in a press box. He's got to play games, man. You got to play games. Whether I don't care what level it's at, press boxes and young goalies, they don't mix. So, to me, you might be able to get Devin Levi down at the end of training camp, but you know what happens once the season starts. There's always some team with a goalie injured that's going to snap up your guy you're trying to send down. So, you know what? I guess it's good. You got more goaltending. This is a team that's always looked for more goaltending. Now they got too much. But it's going to be a bit of a high wire act here to keep 3 guys happy, man. That is for sure.
Yeah, no debate about that. Meanwhile, you have the Elks on the road in BC. Take it on the Lions. Spec Jabome is going to get the start at middle linebacker as Brock Mogensen is out. Has got a hamstring injury. The Elks have been the best defensive team in the league. They've been the best running team in the league. The Lions, worst pass defense, but the best run defense. So it's a classic run defenses versus run offense. What's your expectation for the Elks?
Well, listen, dare to dream, man. Well, why not 4-0? Right? Let's first of all, let's get our time straight here. What time does Canada play soccer tomorrow? 1 o'clock?
Oh, 11.
11. And the Elks play at what time?
5.
Perfect. So you can do both of them. That's important. Listen, they got things going here. Now the linebacker position is important. Who's this is a first round pick of theirs a couple of years ago that's starting, right?
Oh, no, first round pick of 2 months ago. He
was 2 months ago.
He was a 3rd overall pick this year. Yes.
Oh, this year. I thought he was drafted already. Excuse me. Let's see what you can do. There's not a lot of confidence on BC side of the ball. They haven't been very good, frankly. They're a little bit in disarray over there in BC, and you got a team that's growing every week for the Elks, man. That team has shown something a little bit different and a little bit better each week they play. So, I guess I got to say to you, if the trajectories stay the same and the Elks take a little bit of a step, why can't you win? Why can't you be 4-0, Jay? That'd be unbelievable.
Yeah, oh yeah, it would be great. Enjoy. Hey, who just scored here, Jack?
Cabo Verde, just even the match.
Cabo Verde. Oh my God, they've tied Argentina. Man, this
get out.
Oh yeah. With how much time left? There's still about 20 minutes left in the match.
Well,
still, man, Cabo Verde.
Go open a cold beer and watch the last 20 minutes of this game, buddy.
I'd have to. All right, Spec. Have a good one. There you go. That's Mark Spector, the Spec Report, brought to you by GS Construction. We'll take a quick break. LT will join us. We got more on the green and gold, the Edmonton Oilers, offer sheets, Cam Tate, and more on a very busy Friday edition of the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Car shopping sucks. That's right. Going back and forth 100 times just to get a price. Give me your credit card for a test drive. What's all these extra fees? That sounds ridiculous. At Northgate, we do things a little differently. Good deals on new, pre-owned vehicles, good people, and a great selection. Stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
You've got a go-to coffee spot, a trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. But when it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need. Mr. Dirk. Family run since 1939. We're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk elevates your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
Noodle, 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 noodle. Noodle, 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 noodle,
Throw the load down to Oodle Noodle tonight because dine-in is open.
Attention Alberta construction pros. For over 50 years, Japa Equipment Rentals has been your go-to for top-notch equipment and stellar service. Whether you need rentals or expert maintenance, we've got you covered. Stop by our Edmonton or Calgary locations today.
The job isn't done until the last load is hauled, and having a semi-trailer out of commission is not an option. Whether replacing or adding to your convoy, Edmonton Trailer has a huge inventory of new and used semi-trailers, trusted by the gravel, logging, oil field, fluids, and freight industries. Find a trailer right for you online or at one of their 3 locations. For sales, service, parts, rental, and finance, when you're in it for the long haul, Edmonton Trailer.
Canada's men's rugby team at Clark Stadium. July 4th, Canada takes on Spain. July 11th, a doubleheader as Canada battles Portugal and Tonga faces Spain. Build the home field advantage for Team Canada. Tickets at Ticketmaster.
Alberta is growing, but our highways are crumbling. Are you tired of the rough ride? In the last 15 years, our population has grown with hundreds of thousands more cars and trucks on our highways. Today, more than 15% of Alberta's highways are in poor condition. Cutting highway maintenance doesn't save money. It makes repairs more expensive. Don't let the government ignore the problem. Your MLA works for you. Tell them to fix our roads. Visit fixourroads.com for more information.
A message from the Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Sherbrooke Liquor, the best place for wine, cocktails, and beers from all over the world. Also, a variety of excellent non-alcoholic options, and you can see more at SherbrookeLiquor.com.
Look good, feel good, play good. It's the Jason Gregor Show. Thanks for listening to Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
5:25. Welcome back. Busy Friday afternoon. I'll just say this. We got a lot of texts coming in. Guys, I see Ducks fans are irritated. I could only imagine how it felt if McDavid would have been offer sheeted early on. Thankfully, they signed him right after year 2. But imagine if he was. You'd be pissed. Yeah, I could see it. I understand it. Right? And here's the balance here. Giving up the 4 first-rounders, that's not the hard part of the equation for Philly. It's, are you going to get the value from 18 mil? And I like Leo Carlson. I think he's a really good player. But you're talking money that is just so hard to match. And that's why for Anaheim, you look at this and say, okay, we got Cutter Gauthier, and we got Beckett Seneca, and we got some other players coming. So do we take the picks and then try to make other moves here and keep our other guys? Because if we pay him this much, how much do we have to pay Cutter Gauthier? How much are we going to have to pay Beckett Seneca? Right? That's their challenge. If all of a sudden, are those 3 guys going to take up 45 or 50 mil of your salary cap? Well, how do you win then? So that's their challenge. It's not an easy decision by any stretch of the imagination. So I'll be very interested to see what they do. Then you throw in the owner, and you're going against everything you've ever done when it comes to signing bonuses and paying out that much money. That is a fact. You might not like it, but it's a fact. So this is going to be a wild weekend for the Ducks. They're probably crunching every scenario. I do think the trade scenario here is a possibility. I just wonder, how much of that could maybe facilitate this? So we'll see. 833-401-1440. So the goaltender for Capo Verde, when this World Cup began, he had 40,000 followers on Instagram. He's now up to 17.8 million. It's got more than most of the superstar players. It's global, and people follow him, and I think people just follow some people on Instagram, and then they never really take note of what they are. And sadly, now on your feed, it's so much other garbage, you don't even get to see the people you're following. But anyway, that is a wild story for me. If they win today, he'll probably be over 20 million.
It's enough to run for prime minister when you get home. You've got more followers than the rest of the country combined.
Oh God, yeah, for sure you could. So if I was that country, I'd be paying him to promote our own country without question. That's what I'd be doing. So, his growth is kind of like LT's follower growth, right? Once LT's on there, he's been dancing lately on social media. He's gaining lots of followers through his dancing. It's fun times. As we get to the oil report, brought to you by Go Auto. Not only do they have great vehicles for you, more importantly, they got a big heart. They have donated over $27.3 million to various charities where they work. Let's goauto.ca. Alan Mitchell, host of The Lowdown, noon to 2 here on Sports 1440. Joins us. LT, how you doing?
Good. That wasn't dancing. That was a cramp.
Oh.
As you get older, you got to drink a lot of water. And even if you do, sometimes you just cramp up. And they just happened to catch me as I was, I would call it a lurch, really.
Yeah. I just thinking of Lurch now in Family. What's it called?
Addams Family.
Addams Family. Yeah.
Addams Family. Yeah.
Al, I know you love chaos. How were you when you saw the Flyers offer sheet?
With the 3 of us, we babbled like raccoons. We couldn't think straight. We just, we were looking around trying to find, comparables, trying to figure out, how much money Anaheim had. They can match. Will they? I think your point about the trade is interesting because if you're Anaheim, you've ground a lot of these guys. McTavish, others. They like the negotiation in these things. I think if you're Philly, you like it because even though he may not turn into the player you want him to be, there's excitement there. They're an up-and-coming team, but they could use a center for crying out loud. And this is one way to go get a guy. As far as Anaheim is concerned, man, we saw them this spring. They've got so much young talent. I'd be tempted to keep him if I could, but I don't know, guys. Do you think Anaheim's defense is anything close to much? So I don't know what they're going to do, but right now they don't look balanced at all. And I I think this is several million more a year than they wanted to pay him, even though he's a great player. The amount of money is just astronomical.
Oh God. Like, everybody's focusing on, because I wrote a piece about it. I don't think it's smart, not based on the picks. It's the AAV and the long-term value for you to get. It's almost unattainable for the player. But would it make Philly more competitive? Yes. Would it make them a cup contender? No, but it'd make them more competitive. And then they'd sell more jerseys and their fans would love it. So from one business side of making money, it's a smart decision. I think the business side on the ice, it isn't.
Well, I think the Flyers, there was there's some history here between Anaheim and Philadelphia, and that might have led to it as well. But I also know that, every year Oilers fans are maybe, unaware of it, but, they're pretty smart fans. But, the Oilers have had so much strength at center that maybe they're not aware of how many teams are just desperate for a second line center or even a first line center. So I think the bet by Briere in Philly is that this guy is real, and he's going to be at least worth, let's say $12 million, and the rest you're just going to, find a way to have value contracts. The problem with it is that, he's 21. You're spending the next 5 years, he's going to be the highest paid player on your roster, and he, is he going to be the best player on your roster? For sure, is he? And then the other thing is what it does to all the other RFAs. This contract is going to have a ripple effect forever. And I wonder, I just wonder how many more offer sheets we might see here this year, and then next year might be another explosion. This, to me, is an NHL-altering move, and I think the world as we know it, in terms of young players coming into their RFA and being eligible for offer sheets, I think it changes everything.
LT, if they talk about no cup winners have had a $10 million cap player on their team, what are they saying about an $18 million cap player on their team?
Well, the problem with that is that the cap is going up so much that that's basically. I know Gregor was doing percentages. I think that's a way better way to look at it. But Connor McDavid will win a cup while also making over $10 million. So we know that's going to end at some point in time, and maybe very soon. But from the value of this player is not $18 million now, and it is very unlikely to be $18 million at any time in his career. So you have to look elsewhere for why you do it. And one of the reasons I think is Philly is just so damn desperate for a center.
Yeah, no. Hey, I can understand why they do it. I don't have to think that the long-term effects are great, but I understand why they do it for sure. I'm hearing, I know there's a report now. They say Claude Giroux hasn't officially signed with the team yet. People are saying it's with the Flyers. Dave Pagnotta was, and then others are saying it hasn't officially signed. But I can say that it's not coming to Edmonton. My understanding is he's not going to be coming to Edmonton. So regardless of where it goes, it's unlikely to come here. And honestly, like the Claude Giroux one, I don't really think it fit for what Edmonton needs. They need a scoring winger.
Well, here's what I said today on the lowdown, and to me, it's important. I know people are looking at that money that Stan Bowman has and saying, okay, go get a scoring winger. But if you do that, you're going to get a veteran guy, and you're going to at least a little bit block Ike Howard. Would it be better to get Howard into the lineup? I'm not saying he's playing with McDavid or Draisaitl. I'm just saying in the lineup, you play the year, you go to the deadline with a lot of money if you need it. By that time, maybe it's not a scoring winger because maybe Howard, blossoms. Maybe he spikes, but maybe you need to help somewhere else. I know that Giroux was a really attractive option, and I'd love to see him play in Edmonton. But Bowman is in a really good spot right now because he doesn't know what he doesn't know about his deadline team. And you might as well give Ike Howard the audition time because you've got that opportunity for him, and there is an opening. I think the Oilers are in a good spot, even if they don't add anybody.
Yeah, they're not like they don't have to add anyone now before the trade deadline. That's why I say that I always look at the roster after the deadline is a better indication of what you're going to have to win in the playoffs. So you use the first 50 games as a little barometer. Maybe you get an injury, or maybe you have a surprise player who steps up in position, or maybe some guys struggle more than you think, and then you adjust accordingly. But it's way easier to adjust accordingly when you have some significant cap space, which this team hasn't had for a long time.
Yeah, and you can see the teams right now. There's a lot of money out there, but the nature of July 1st was, I expected people to spend a lot of money, and they did. And there are some wild contracts out there, there's no doubt. But the spending wasn't irrational, probably because there wasn't an elite talent out there. We didn't see like a Milan Lucic kind of signing. Remember 2016, where a lot of guys paid a lot of money and maybe weren't necessarily going to be able to cover it. There's some excess in terms of the first few days of free agency, but there's still a lot of money out there, and it's there's a decreasing level of talent that is available to spend that money on. So I think more trades are going to happen, and we'll see. But going back to Anaheim, honestly, guys, and I'm not trying to be a jerk about it for Ducks fans, but I look at their defense, and I just don't know where they're going to get an extreme upgrade, and it doesn't look like a division-winning defense to me, and that's aside from the offer sheet today.
Yeah, no, that is fair. Let's move over to the green and gold. I don't know if you watched Vernon Adams last night, but that was a crazy game. 6 touchdown passes for him, ties a Stamps record, over 400 passing yards. He doesn't have an interception yet this season. For a guy who was pretty prone to interceptions, that's a really good start for him. Meanwhile, the Elks take on BC. This is a classic clash of the best run defense in BC against the best running team in the Elks. Now, the BC Lions secondary has been exposed a lot. The Elks defense is the best in the league overall in points allowed. What do you make of what's coming up on Saturday?
Well, I'm betting the Elks until somebody beats them, and BC has they've got enough holes in their game that they haven't won yet. So it's going to be. But first of all, it's going to be a great venue. I'm really looking forward to seeing CFL in Kelowna. For those of us who've been hoping for 10 teams in the CFL, I mean, you'd have to get to at least 12 to get Kelowna in the league. But I'd like to see what it looks like and how the fans react. So that's good. But the Elks are. We've talked about this before, Jason. The Elks are 3-0, and their offense is not they're leaving. I don't want to say points on the board, but there's opportunities there that they're not taking advantage of. And if they're a little more creative in this game offensively, I'm not saying they could put up a Calgary Stampeders number, but they could probably put up a decent number. We'll see how it goes. But I mean, I'm absolutely calling for the Elks to be 4-0 at the end of the weekend based on how well they played.
Okay. Lastly, for you, Al, Team Canada tomorrow. What's your expectations? How do you think they can beat Morocco?
Well, I think it'll be very interesting. I think Canada's shown a very good form, and they've reached a point where maybe we can begin to expect something very special. I don't know if it's going to happen on the weekend, but they're going to be in it at the very least. And I think we waited a long time. The women just blazed the trail 20 years ago, and we've been waiting a long time for the men to arrive there. And if it is if this is the end of the road for 2026, I just think it's really exciting that they've done what we would expect them to do. But if they can just do a little more, then they'll have risen above those expectations. And so I don't know if they're going to win. Everybody who knows more about soccer says they won't, but I'll be cheering like hell for them because this is a great story, and they're a hell of a team. They really are. I love watching them.
Al, should be a fun weekend, my man. Have yourself a great day. Have a great weekend. Lots of hockey and baseball and soccer and football talk. So enjoy it, and we'll chat with you on Monday.
All right, boys. Be good. Thank you.
There you go. That's host of The Low Tide, Alan Mitchell. We'll come back. Cam Tate's 2-minute warning, Wanye's World and more. Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Are you a skilled laborer? All Star Construction wants to talk to you. A heavy equipment operator with trackhoe or backhoe experience, All Star Construction wants to talk to you, too. With work in and around Edmonton for local land developers, All Star Construction offers year-round employment. Whether it's power, gas, or telecom, developers rely on All Star Construction to get the job done. So if you're a skilled laborer or a heavy equipment operator with trackhoe or backhoe experience searching for work, search All Star Construction on Indeed.
With Play Alberta, backing the home team goes beyond the bets. That's because your picks have provincial impact. Play Alberta is the only app in the province that puts all revenue directly back into supporting programs and services that Albertans rely on every day. By investing in the General Revenue Fund, every play, bet, and buy made on Play Alberta helps make a difference across the province. Visit playalberta.ca/Gregor to learn more. That's playalberta.ca/Gregor. Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Experience the Edmonton Riverhawks all season long. From Thirsty Thursdays to Firework Fridays and Barking Bleacher Sundays, there's always something happening at the ballpark. Tickets start at just $21 for the best party in the River Valley. Get yours today at gohawks.ca.
It's cone season at McDonald's, which means vanilla cones are $1 each plus tax in the McDonald's app all summer long. Soft, creamy, and crunchy. For just $1 each plus tax exclusively in the McDonald's app. App download and registration required at participating McDonald's in Canada.
Boxing Week is back at the Brick. Don't wait until winter. Get blowout pricing now. Save 50% off sofas when you buy the matching piece. Save up to 25% off bedroom and dining, and save up to 40% off select mattresses. Plus, get free local delivery when you use your Flexity card. And buy more, save more. Up to $500 off select major appliances. Don't miss the return of Boxing Week, only at the Brick. Exclusions apply. See in-store for details.
From the locker room to your radio, Sports 1440 is Edmonton's sports leader. Real talk, big personalities, and your texts. It's interactive. It's fun. It's where Edmonton talks sports. Sports 1440.
Well, get ready for a silly hockey fans. Your partner in power just skated onto the ice.
EWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers Edmonton, is ready for the power play 24/7, 365.
UL skates to where the puck will be in 5 years. Now that's forward thinking.
Killer selection, slamming products from the best brands, and legendary service.
Don't sit on the bench. Get your account today at EWEL.ca and win that project.
Plug into your partner in power. Get an EWEL.ca account today.
Hi, Edmonton. The legend has been reimagined. Check out the all-new 2026 Subaru Outback. With Subaru's legendary symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, impressive cargo versatility, advanced safety technology, and an IIHS Top Safety Pick Award or higher for 17 consecutive years, the Outback delivers confidence wherever adventure takes you. Whether it's the daily drive, the mountain getaway, or anything in between, the all-new Outback is built for the journey. Test drive it today at your local Subaru dealer. Welcome to Uncommon.
School's almost out, and road trip season is just around the corner. If your brakes sound like they're grinding harder than a hockey fourth liner, it might be time to visit Napa Auto Parts. Napa has all the quality parts, tools, and know-how to help keep your vehicle running smoothly and road ready. With over 85 locations in Alberta, visit your local Napa store today or shop online at napacanada.com. That's Napa know-how.
Portions of this hour brought to you by CanTorque. Made in Canada, made for Canada. Where extreme isn't theoretical. Find your solution at www.cantorque.com.
From puck drop to kickoff, it's the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
.545. We continue on Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, YouTube, Facebook, X, and Instagram. A few quick texts coming in. Hey, Gregor, what are you talking about? Drew's exactly what we need, especially on the penalty kill. Take 62% in the dot on the strong side from Bad Niv. Okay, well, here's my question for you. So that stat is correct, but how did it help Ottawa? They were 29th in the NHL in penalty kill last year. Worse than the Oilers. Winning faceoffs is one element. There's lots of other things that have to happen. So clearly, it didn't help them that much. But, and I don't mind Claude Giroux. I've been told that him coming to Edmonton isn't likely. So So I'll say you guys can all want him, but remember, you can look at faceoff stat, but then you have to look, did the team succeed when he won faceoff? And the answer is no. They were 75.5% on the penalty kill. The Oilers penalty kill was 77.8. They were 20th. Ottawa was 29th. So I'm not sold that Claude Giroux will. Now, you add Dickinson, Murphy, and Shea, guys who are on the first and sixth best penalty kills in the league, regardless of penalty kill, faceoff percentage. That to me is a little bit more important. Now, let's get to the 2-minute warning. Cam Tate brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling, where the rates never change. No overtime charges. Weekend, late at night, you got an issue? Call Legacy. They'll help you. No OT. LegacyHeating.ca. Cam Tate, longtime journalist in town. Cam was born with cerebral palsy. He's in a wheelchair. Never let him slow him down. And Cam's always wanted to be on radio, and now his words come to life in the 2-minute warning. And on Fridays, the Tate man asked me to read it. So let's get to the 2-minute warning. Cue the music, Deck. $18 million. That's right. The Philadelphia Flyers put that on the table for a 20-year-old Leo Carlsson. 5 years, $90 million, restricted free agent offer. The Ducks now have 7 days to match it or watch him board a plane east and hand Philly 4 first-round picks for the privilege. If it holds, Carlsson becomes the highest-paid player in the NHL. $18 million a season. A kid from Karlstad, Sweden, who three summers ago was a draft pick, and this morning is a fortune. And good for him. I mean that. He earned it with his skate in his hands and a whole lot of cold mornings at the rink. Nobody handed it to him. But $18 million is a hard number to hold in your hands. So let me try. $18 million a year is about $750,000 every 2 weeks. A paycheck twice a month, bigger than most of us will see in a lifetime. Now, set that beside another number. There are children in this country who went to bed hungry last night, not far away, down the block, and the next desk over from your kid at school. I'm not here to make anybody feel guilty for being good at their job. I spent 44 years in the press box, and I love the game. It's like it's a family. But I keep wondering, what if the league, the NHL, any of them, wrote it right into the deal? Any contract north of $50 million, the league takes 10% off the top on Carlson's 90, that's $9 million, and invests it right back into a charitable cause. The kids who just need a breakfast, 10 cents on the dollar. The player never misses it. A child never forgets it. Pie in the sky, sure, probably. I've been called a dreamer before, and worse. But dreams are free and breakfast isn't. And I'd hand this one in from the cheap seats any day of the week. $18 million. Imagine what a dime of it could do. Now fire up the barbecue, please. Cam Tate, 2-minute warning, Sports 1440. Cam, I love that idea. And you know what? You could argue that when you see the way society is going and you've got a lot of the rich getting richer, and in a lot of cases, they ain't doing anything with it. And, look no further. Like the amount of money that you could donate when you have that much money to really help causes would be life-altering for many people. Life-altering. And I love the idea. It would take someone to do it first. I'm not sure many would follow, but it would be, it could be a good thing.
He makes good points. I mean, the numbers get big, right? Like it really blew my mind when the NBA signed that TV deal, because you see the amount of money NBA players are now making. But it's the old chicken and the egg, right? Like if the league is making the money and the players don't see a fair percentage, that doesn't really work. And then when players are getting a percentage of the overall revenue and the revenue goes sky high, but it's harder to kind of pin disappointment or pin, I won't say rage, but like no one gets mad at a TV deal, right? But it's easy to get mad at a player for making a lot of money or say they should be doing different things. Do you think that as a league, the NHL is active enough charitably, Gregor, at a league level?
No, not considering the billions and billions of dollars. No, not at all. None whatsoever.
Do you look at any of the big four leagues as doing a good job?
Not overall, not collectively, no.
Yeah.
Not to the level that they could be doing that would not even be, missing money for anybody. Like, y'all billionaire owners, right? So start with them, right? They're billionaire owners. So to say you want to pass it down and say the players have to do it first, I would argue that the billionaires might be doing it first. So just a thought on that.
Fair.
Yeah. So we'll see where it goes. But it's a good idea, Tater. I'd love it on a positive Friday, would be to see how it goes. Hey, guys, I don't get the obsession with Howard. He's not going to be a top 6 forward. They need a proven goal scorer and ideally someone with size and grit. Anthony Mantha, maybe? From Sean. Howard isn't the answer in Game 6 against the Panthers. Well, first of all, how do you know that? You've seen it for 29 games in the NHL. And how do you know that the Panthers are going to be in the Stanley Cup final? They might not be. So, I don't know. Like, did Logan Stankoven and Jackson Blake play an impact for Carolina in the playoffs last year? I think they did. Right? Like, I can't write off a player before he's even been in the NHL to say, well, he can't do anything. Now, Howard might not be the answer this year. But why would you overpay Anthony Mantha? Because if you're talking about Florida Panthers, Sean, your words, not mine, about being what did Anthony Mantha do in the first round of the playoffs against the against the Philadelphia Flyers? What did he do? He had no goals, right? So I think the Oilers, by standing pat and saying, hey, let's see what Ike Howard does during the year, see how it goes. And guess what? We got time. You don't have to rush and be desperate. Well, we got to get Anthony Mantha. Why? Because he's one of the few guys left available? No, you got lots of pieces you can trade. And you'll have a lot of cap space. And you'll be accruing cap space, like significant amounts of it. Something that the team has never done. So it won't be dollars in, dollars out at the deadline. But I don't think it's fair to say that, to claim that a player you got no chance, because you don't know how guys are going to be in the playoffs. No one knows until you see him there. Some guys take 3-4 times before Pavel Datsyuk became a dominant playoff player. It wasn't his first time around. It was multiple times. Other guys, right away. Size, speed, experience, it all varies from player to player, from year to year, to situation to situation. How much confidence do they have? Who knows? But I would like to see ICAP. There's not many rookies who score 24 goals in 47 games in the American League. That's just a fact. There isn't. So let's see what he can do. I have realistic expectations for him. I'm not saying the guy's going to be a 30-goal scorer right away. And I'm not sold the Oilers need, you don't need 4 30-goal scorers, right? You just need guys. And the great part about the playoffs, no one would have said a 37-year-old Jordan Staal was going to do what he did. 6 goals in the first 5 games of the Stanley Cup final. He didn't have 6 goals in his previous, I think it was something like previous 40 playoff games. So that's what's awesome about sports. There's always the unexpected. Now, I think we can play the averages on a lot of things, but every year there's a surprise guy on a team. Sam Bennett, no one would have picked Sam Bennett to score 16, 15 goals in the playoffs. No chance, but he did, and they won, right? Brandon Bussey comes in, hadn't played in 2 months, stands on his head, right? Freddie Anderson stayed healthy for 3.5 rounds. That never happened before. So there's lots of things that happen. Who knows? Maybe Ike Howard be a shocker to everybody. Come in, knock it out of the park. I can't write off a player and say there's no chance that he can do it. And the other thing is, you don't know if it's going to be Florida again. We don't know that. Like, the same 2 teams meeting 3 out of 4 years in the playoffs, pretty rare, right? Because that's what would have to happen if you think the Oilers are going to go back to the Cup to meet the Panthers, right? Either one of them getting back would be pretty rare. So we'll see. Have yourselves a great weekend, everyone. On behalf of Wanye Gretz, Declan Kruger, Kenzie McClellan, I'm Jason Gregor. Please have a great weekend. Don't drink and drive. Don't weed and drive. Don't be inebriated. Get home safe. Whatever you do, don't fireworks and drink and drive for sure. All of our American listeners, stay safe. Don't be one of the 12,000 who goes to the hospital for firework miscalculations. Have a great weekend. Go Canada. Go tomorrow. Enjoy the Elks game and more. Go see Donovan Paulson. He's hosting the Elks watch party tomorrow in place of Connor Halley. Let's get to Declan Kruger and a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Hire Good. Site cleanup, debris removal, seasonal maintenance, and more. Stable jobs, great stable lives. HireGood.ca. Good night.
This is the Sports 1440 update.
FIFA World Cup action. Argentina and Cabo Verde currently tied 1-1 in the 95th minute. The final today earlier saw Egypt over Australia in penalties. Colombia and Ghana will go at 7:30, and Canada will have their match against Morocco tomorrow at 11. One MLB final saw the Cards over the Cubs 17-1. The game's right now: Braves lead the Mets 2-0 in the top of the third. Guardians up 1-0 on the White Sox. Orioles lead the Reds with the same score. Twins and Yankees tied. That one delayed in the bottom of the third. And the Nats lead the Pirates 5-1. The Jays will be in action at 8:10, taking on the Mariners. Dylan Cease on the mound with an 8:10 first pitch that you can hear on Sports 1440 AM dial only. In the CFL, Ottawa currently leads Saskatchewan 7-0 with 7:30 to go in the first quarter. And in the NHL world, the Toronto Maple Leafs signed the top overall draft pick, Gavin McKenna, to his ELC. Well, the Philadelphia Flyers, of course, signing Ducks restricted free agent forward Leo Carlson to a 5-year offer sheet with an AAV of $18 million. I'm Declan Kruger. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
It's Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
Got a car you're ready to part with? Find out what it's worth. Fast, easy, and totally free at Go Auto. We're talking top dollar trade-ins, whether it's a little worn or still rocking that new car smell. Just a few clicks, and boom, you've got your value. Text value to 780-777-7777 to start. That's value to 780 all sevens. Why guess what it's worth? Let Go Auto show you the money.
And now Action Electrical's testing team is on defense duty. They're the guardians of safety and compliance, a critical part of any lineup.
Precisely. They perform rigorous safety and code compliance testing for commercial operations. Think of them as the referees, ensuring everything is up to standard before disaster strikes.
Their preventative plays are legendary, spotting faults early. Hire the Action Electrical team to bring home a win for your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
Tired of the rough ride? Alberta used to be a leader in highway planning and construction, but years of neglect and cuts to maintenance are showing. You can see it, and your vehicle is feeling it. Infrastructure can last for years with a little TLC, but when repairs are deferred, minor issues become major reconstruction. We need action and a reliable capital plan. Contact your MLA and demand stable infrastructure funding. Find out how at fixourroads.com.
A message from the Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association.
You've got better things to do than wait for an oil change. Jiffy Lube gets you in and out fast. No appointment necessary. All you have to do is roll into a location near you, and we'll take care of the rest. Every full synthetic oil change at Jiffy Lube is warranty approved and comes with a 20-point visual inspection, making sure you get